no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby,
just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry.
Oh baby, now ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Remember the day I set you free, I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow, I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow. Oh baby, now ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh no, darling,
no way, no way. Now when the cold can stop me, baby.
No, baby.
Cause you will
if you're ever in trouble, I'll be there on the double. Just send from me, oh baby. If you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double. Just as fast as I can. Don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough.
If I'm getting to you, they will tell no that there ain't no.
Whoa, oh mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be now. Where did all the blue skies go? Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south and east. Whoa, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be now. All wasted on the oceans and upon our seas, fish full of mercury. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be now. Radiation underground and in the sky, animals and birds who live nearby our lives. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things and what they used to be.
Hey, what's happening?
Brother, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Party, man. Yeah, brother, like, stop. Right on.
Hey, man, what's your name?
Mother, there's too many of you to cry. Brother, there's far too many of you die. You know we've got to find a way to bring some loving here today. Yeah. Father, we don't need to escalate. You see, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. You know we've got to find a way to bring some loving here today. Picket lines and picket signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Right on. Right on. Right on. Right on. Everybody thinks we're wrong. Oh, but who would they judge us? Simply because our hair is long. Oh, you know we can bring some understanding here today. Oh, oh, oh. Pick it black, pick it sound. Don't punish me with brutality. Come on, talk to me. You can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Ooh. Right on. Right on. Right on. Right.
And I just got to believe. Whispering is my magic potion of love, telling you I'm sincere. There's nothing to look for us, but I want to be free. to be me. Teasing hands on his mind, give I not such mystery. Happiness all the time.
Straight from the motherfucker, so fun. Remix, straight from the I know it's truly her man is so fine. She gets me feeling for her sex like every time. And she ain't started to give it up, but she wants to take it slow and let them sucker fools know. See, you can spend your money and you can wine and dine, but if you ain't down, she will give you the time. And then I gotta do just to go through it, 'cause she's so fine. Those pretty brown eyes traveling around. Can't nobody else flex the way you do. And now I'm up to that. Can I hear it? So fine, you gotta leave the lights on, 'cause I got to keep you in your black silk thong. And this song that is slow jam and we can get a freak on. 'Cause I'm on a quest to make you mine, and I just can't stop swinging, 'cause you're so fun. I'm on a rampage. I'm on a rampage. I'm on a rampage. I'm on a rampage. 'Cause I'm the T to the E to the E to the Fin, lady. Can I ask you why you're treating me like a stepchild with the future not so bright? I thought you said you would never be that way to me. You said you never leave me for the rest of my life. To the E to the B to the I to the N. Here we go. From the T to the E to the B to the I to the N. Lady, can I ask you why you're treating me like a stepchild, the future not so bright? I thought you said you would never be that way to me. You said you never leave me for the rest of my life. And I believe you all the times you said to me, baby, you're always on my mind. I don't believe you, so say the words you said to me, and I'll be on my way. I got to say goodbye, baby. You did wrong, you did want my love. Well, strong, baby. You need my love. You never be that way to me. I've got a love that you will never see. I guess you thought you had strung out on your love. you are so fine. Here I sit outside your door. Talk to me. Here I sit outside your door. Talk to me. Here I'm waiting, just waiting, anticipating a chance to run into you. A city of flowers. One day even sat through a rain shower. For just a glance, a chance to talk to you. You probably wonder how I even know you. But now you're just my dream. When I wake, I hope you talk to me. Here I sit outside your door. Talk to me. Talk to me. Here I sit outside your door. Talk to me. I'd be content just to sit here and talk to you. Cause in my dreams you love me and me only. Where you kiss and hold me. And love is what I search and search and search to find. But until then, I just dream for the meantime. Here I sit outside your door. Talk to me. Would you talk to me? No one more, I'm probably more. Please talk to me. Please talk to me. Close your eyes. Talk to me. Have I hurt you? Here I sit outside. Don't nobody hold me. Don't nobody kiss me. Nobody. Come caress my saddened heart. My sunrise and my darkest dreams. All my hostilities tamed when you kiss me. Come into my darkened room. Come where I'm waiting. I'm waiting here just to please you. All I want is 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 you. Don't nobody hold me. Don't nobody This man, what you do, nobody. Not a day goes by that I don't burn for you. Find myself yearning. Everything I say, everything I do, you seem to think that I can't tell the truth. What I gotta do to prove to you I'm still in love. I try. You seem like you'll never be satisfied. All you seem to care about is who, what, when, and why. Doing this, doing that, I just wanna throw it back to the day around my way in VA. Everything was cool and all I had to say was trust me, babe. But now, no, everything has changed. Yeah, always been this way.
This love for real.
Can't you see how I feel, baby? I've never felt this way before. Look what you did to me.
This love for real.
Can't you see how I feel?
This love for real.
I don't know about you. I just want you to be mine. Oh, no. And I hope you give this love. I feel. It's for you.
This love for real.
You know this love is real. It's for you. Can't you see?
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Happy Independence Weekend. Happy 250th anniversary of the greatest country in the world, America, who's just joined their military to the blue and white country. You know what I'm saying? Happy anniversary. You know what I'm saying? 250, I don't know what you call it, but, we're 250 years old. Rather young for a country, actually. That's not really that old when you really think about it. But at any rate, we're here. America is a great country, has been for a long time, and we're starting to see cracks. And one of the primary reasons we're seeing cracks, it's a few reasons, but there are some mistakes that were made within the last, I'd say, 100 years that have really kind of exacerbated the destruction of Western civilization, aka part of it, Christendom, America, however you want to look at it. And culturally, the country's just going down the toilet, man. And it's sad. It's sad to see. I usually don't go live on Sunday, man. It's the Lord's Day. I try to get to church or something, but today I just came out, we didn't go nowhere. I said, let me go down there and say a few words right quick about this, because I'm going to have Chuck on here later today. But I figured, I'll probably come in and say what I got to say. So here we are. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to kind of, let me see if I can find me a little music. Loud right there. That's a little too loud. Let's see. Where's my song I had in the day? I can't do that one. Oh well. We'll just I don't know. What y'all think? We're gonna stay with a little switch. I don't know. Yeah, this ain't the other one. God dang, man. I can't find my song. We'll stay with this one. Anyway. Good morning. Happy 4th to everybody. But I want to come in here today. Really, I want to talk about this because, man, this make my stomach hurt, bro. Like looking at this stuff, bro. Like just looking at where we are as a country, culturally, morally, we're morally bankrupt, and especially Black people, we're morally bankrupt as a people. And a lot of times, we'll get mad from other races showing hatred to Black folks, but sometimes I can understand why people feel the way they feel. People ain't got time to sit and try to investigate if you are a morally good person, right? I took my son to a game yesterday. Good example. So yesterday, my son wanted to stop at this little kiddie game because it's some 10 and under, this Get Better University thing. Yesterday, I said, all right, let me go. It ain't too far from where we live. I got him in the car, shot him over there, took him to the game right quick. We stayed in there for about an hour. And he was watching the game, and it was these kids and stuff. And so, it's a bunch of Black folks with their kids and stuff. I'm like, all right, whatever. They watching the game. You know how Black people are about sports, right? So they kids running up and down the court, they playing ball. And my son, he could probably play with these kids. It wasn't like it was just like that. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell these kids was just getting started. And I got my son in I-9 with a bunch of white kids and stuff, and he don't want to play with them. He feel like, he want to play with the Black kids. I'm like, look, you're going to play where I tell you to play. And until I feel like you at a certain level, I don't care about trying to run and play with them kids. Because they really ain't too much better than where he is now. He could probably get out there and hang with the kids. I'm like, it ain't about that. It's about improving. And I don't want to be riding all across town, way on the other side of town for a game when we could go right around the corner for 6 weeks, then the season over, then we start over on another season, So he going to play 3 or 4 seasons of I-9 before I let him go out there and start playing with those older kids. He got time. Ain't no rush. That's what I told him. And but I remember going in the game yesterday, and this is the thing. We in the game, they brought the little speaker, they playing a little music. Well, we all know what song they played for the intermission. Every intermission, they played the radio edit, but still. Right? Well, all my scamming ad, like that. Spin that. And it's like, what? And the people was dancing and stuff, and I'm just sitting up there like, Lord have mercy. Where all my boosting at, that's what it was, right? And I'm just like, my God, man, these are kids. I'm talking about little babies, 4, 5, first can barely run behind the ball. Some of them, ball bigger than them, right? And you had some 10-year-old, 12-year-old kids, but still, that's too old, that's too young too. And my son don't know that song. I don't think he do. He might. I don't know. And sometimes you can't. The world we live in, man, it's very hard as a parent to block your kids from everything. It just is. You know what I'm saying? Going to school and it just is. So everybody's parents ain't just blocking their kids from stuff. So their kids getting exposed to all types of stuff, right? And the point I'm trying to make is, as we sit and we look at our society and our culture and what's going on, I'm disgusted, bro. I'm disgusted. I'm not saying I'm holier than thou. I'm not saying I'm better. I'm not saying I'm anything. But what I do see with these kids, man, as I sit and look at the society, we headed down a path of destruction. Western civilization is headed down a path of darkness and evil. And it's just, for me, it bothers me, man, because I remember certain standards that were there when I was a kid that people just didn't really allow. People just didn't allow that stuff when we was kids. Stuff just, you know what I'm saying? Like if certain dances Like if my sister did a certain dance, she getting her ass whooped. It's a problem. It is what it is. That's the truth, man. You couldn't as a kid do certain things because they wasn't trying to hear it. And if they caught you doing these dances, it's a problem. And I remember, my sister getting warned by my mom and there's certain things we just couldn't tolerate. I mean, just weren't tolerated in the 80s when I was growing up that are now just normal. Right? Oh, hold on. We got us one. We done reel one in. All the bootlicking shines have so much to say about black folks, but I guess don't have real power and resources in the world. Right? The special loser Negroes. Okay. I find that intriguing. Very intriguing. And I don't know, maybe you're saying, that I don't know, but bleach your skin and go to the other side. Okay. This brother, whoever he or she is, they think this is great for our kids. And me calling it out makes me a bootlicking shine. Let's see. I'm a bootlicking shine though. I'm the coon, guys. We're the coons for saying that this is. Let's have a real conversation. Say less, my nigga. Say less. I didn't want to do this. Now I'll give you a timer. I'm gonna put this up here because I got stuff to talk about. But feel free to click the link, brother, and explain to me why I'm a bootlicking shine. I'm a coon. I'm the coon. We're the coons, guys. We are for saying, hey man, somebody, this don't make sense. This ain't right. Right? Come on, man. Click the link, brother. I'm waiting on you. Why are you typing? What? Got your black women beating your black children with extension. You know what's funny though, bro? When black kids was getting their ass with extension cords, they graduated and could read, right? They weren't having kids out of wedlock, right? You feel me? There was an intact family. We had a moral structure. You get me, dog? Miss me with that. Click the link. Otherwise, stay out there. I'm going to block you. You either click the link, come up, say what you got to say. I ain't going to block you. I ain't going to lie. Because I kind of like you get my juices flowing with this foolishness. You really do. Let me put his theme song on. Hold on. Let me put his song on for him. Just in case he come up. Here you go right here. Here it is. Here it is. Here you go.
Look at the coons. Look at the coons. Look at the coons. Always tuning for him. Look at the coons. Look at the coons. Always tuning for him.
Got me dancing. You got me dancing up here, baby. Let's get it.
Gray soldiers driving up and down the street, looking for a picnic today.
Come on, we living in the system of white supremacy, right?
Will it be you that gets pulled over or broken your life? And then they blown out your brains. And then they
That's right. They gonna shoot a nigga because his tail light out. That's right.
come across. Yeah.
See there? Coward. You scared. You said let's have a real discussion and you won't click the link. You type it in the comments, but you won't click the link. What's the problem? Brother, I'll give you a timer. I'll let you talk. That's it. I will let you talk. That's my theme song. I know I'm the cool. Telling niggas to, hey, marry the mother of your kids. Go back to the traditional family values that your grandparents had. I'm cooning though. Because I think the white man is God. Because I'm telling the black man he's capable of competing. He can go out there, quit blaming race, get out there and get your education, study, get a trade, get a skill, compete. Stop blaming everything on, start having a 400 credit score talking about it's racism. You got a 400 credit score, nigga, because you bad with money. You broke because you got 4 baby mamas and you on child support. That's your fault. You see what I'm saying? Keep your dick in your pants. That's cooning. See what we are today? Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something, dog. This is real. I titled this video for woke, conscious, hotel, weed smoking, dusty, incense selling, DVD selling ass niggas like this dude right here. Right? And you know the type. Come to the barbershop with all the incense, selling incense and DVD. That's him. That's him. How long you been out, dog? That's all I got to say. How long you been out? You know what I'm saying? So black marriage is better. Okay. And what statistical data do you have to say that black men were beating black women like that? Outside of some white Jewish filmed movie like Color Purple or The Help or some shit, right? Because that's how extensive your knowledge of history goes, is what the white Jews, the greenlit in Hollywood to tell you, hey, this is what it was like back in the day, black women. You was getting your ass whooped by your men. What statistical data do you have to back that? Can you give me your sources to say that all our grandfathers was beating their grandmothers, beating our grandmothers? Can you tell me that? I never once saw my granddad beat my grandmother, ever. Show me. Like, show me that. You need tangibles. I'm trying to tell you how to get tangibles. You're the problem, though. Useless common sense advice. Oh, really? It's common sense. Well, why are we culturally doing shit like this you see on the screen? Why is this? This is our culture, bro. I'm ashamed of it. I'm going to tell you the truth. You can call me a coon. I am ashamed when I see stuff like this. It makes me embarrassed as a black man to see black people moving like this, operating like this, bro. This ain't cool, man. This ain't cool. Hold on, let me show you another. Let me get another one up here. This is not cool, dog. This is an embarrassment to the black community. But I'm cooning by calling it out. This is coonery. You got adults. Ain't no way in hell I could have sat on a bus when I was their age and sung a song cussing and not got in trouble and got my ass whooped when I got home. So hold on. So unless some Robert Smith and some billionaire who got his money ain't gonna go into Rob. I'm not gonna dig in on Robert Smith. I like Robert Smith. I'm not gonna dig into how he really got his money. But so unless I'm him, I can't speak to morals. See, that's the problem with black folks. Money is the only thing that matters. Right? This is why this is why niggas was outside the courthouse wanting Diddy free. Right? Diddy got money. So just because a man has more money than me, I should shut up about our morals, about our kids talking and doing ratchet shit like this. It's adults laughing. These are adults. This is sad.
Finish.
Look at this. Man, look here. My mama popped my ass. I'd have been over on the floor somewhere. I ain't even talk about my dad.
Where are my?
I would love for you to correct me. I gave you the link, but you're a coward. You won't come up here. I want you to come up here and tell me to my face how much of a coon I am and how I don't know what I'm talking about. Right? I want you to come up here and give me like like real like data points and explain to me why I'm incorrect in my assessment of where we are as a people. That's what I want. I gave you the link. You didn't click it because you scared. You're a coward. And you probably are a woman. You sound like one. Talking about black men was beating black women. You're a coward. You're a woman and you're a coward. Which women ain't supposed to be like that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't want, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times you don't have no confidence. You don't believe what you're saying. Because if you did, I wish the motherfucker would give me a link. I click it. You legit gonna give me the link and let me talk? Let me up. Look at this.
Nigga says, spend that money sad. 25th is hard to guess. Girl gonna go, yeah, bet. Booties need just way, yeah, bet. Stuff not shit, yeah, bet.
I mean, she done memorized it. This is sad. She probably can't even, she don't even know her colors and shit. Look how little she is.
Just a sit and pop some tag. Girl gonna go, yeah, bet. Spin the shit.
Yeah, I would get disrespectful and say something about you talking about my dad, but I ain't gonna do that. I really don't care. Let's go.
Spin the shit. Spin the shit.
What? I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, we're done. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. Black people are done. You are done. You're done. All you can do is save yourself. That's it. You might could save your family, your kids, but you know, it's over for most of the black community when you see stuff like that. When you see stuff like that, let me put it on. This it right here. I want him to tell you where in this song are black people right now. Let's see where we at.
I hear you breathing, but your heart no longer sounds strong. But you kinda scared of dying, so you hold on. And you keep on blacking out, and your pulse is low. Stop trying to fight the reaper, just relax and let it go. Because there's no way you can fight it, though you're still.
That's it. Stop trying to fight the reaper. Right now, you're in the throes. You done bled out. You're getting cold. Your legs, you can't feel your legs anymore. That's where you at, black folks. That's where you at.
And you can try it till you fight it, but you'll still die. Your spirits leave your body and your mind clears. The rigor mortis starts to set. Now you out of here. You start your
shit. That's where you at. The rigor mortis starts to set. Now you out of here. That's where you at, man. That's where you at. And you keep on blacking out, and your pulse is low. Stop trying to fight the reaper. Just relax and let it go. That's it. That's where you at. And it's sad. It's sad. And when somebody says something, there should be no friction. None. When I talk about this. Nobody should be like, oh, nigga, you shouldn't be talking about Young Miami. She getting money. Oh, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna get there. Hold on. Let me see if I can let's see. Hold on, let me see if I can do this right quick. So let me put this up here. This is, what's the name of it? I got it. I got you. I want y'all to see this, man. I want y'all to see this. Like, I want y'all to see this right here, man. This is crazy. Now, these are supposed to be the superstars of Black America.
Let's welcome this next presenter. She has the hottest song of the summer, BT. Please welcome Young Miami. Let's welcome this.
She got a standing. I mean, the lady got a standing ovation. She got a standing ovation. That's what happened. This lady came out. Listen, guys, and then I got to say this. This lady. Let's look at who Diddy really is. We all know Diddy got a couple of bodies. Let's not play these games. We saw the little Rodney case. That's one body that was caught that we know of. We don't know about Kim Porter. We got a guy saying he had something to do with Tupac. Maybe, probably Biggie. I don't know. This is all alleged. Don't come after me, but I'm just saying. This is what we saw, right? And this woman tried to get this man off. We got him on video beating the brakes off a woman. Like with no fear. Just beating the brakes off her. Beat the woman to sleep. Right? Dragging her by a foot down the hallway like she ain't nothing. Like Ike Turner, right? We know this for a fact. We got him on video. He said, I was in a dark place. But before that, he was like, I never touched a woman. I would never do that. Then I was in a dark place. Like, nigga, shut up. Right? So we know he will whoop a woman's ass. We know he's probably a murderer. We also know he's a straight, hot-natured freakazoid that will sit there and watch a man plunge his woman and give her wood he never could give her. Right? Pay men to do it. Right? With his micro penis. He'll sit there and watch men drill a woman to sleep. To the point where Cassie would laugh at him when he tried to get on her after the guy. The guy said she was laughing at him after me. Like this is the type of stuff, the type of guy we're talking about, right? And he's a hero. She wrote a letter of recommendation to the judge. She tried everything she could to get this man off. This woman is a scumbag. She is. She's a scumbag. Let's keep it 1,000. She is. And yet, she's a hero in the black community. We love her. It's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Where all my scamming ass niggas at? Right? Where all my boosting bitches popping tags, putting that shit in your bag. Right? Spin that, right? Laughing about it like it's funny. That's what we are. That's what we are. You know what I'm saying? And everybody just looking at it like, I don't know. I think our culture is over. It's over. And the thing is, I don't think there's a recovery for it. Right? That's just, there isn't. Let's see what she had to say. Oh, let's see. We're gonna look at all the. Hold on, let me go back because I gotta find the initial post from India Ari, who I'm not necessarily saying I agree with everything India Ari believes in and stuff like that. I'm not into all that new ages bohemian stuff, but I got respect for India Ari because she actually had enough morals to sit up here and say, hey man, how y'all celebrating this woman in this song that's encouraging our kids to go out here and steal and do all types of crazy stuff and scam people. Right? So I agree with hold on, let me see. Young Miami, let me start with it. Because everybody's mad. And I'm like, why y'all mad at India Ari? She told the truth. You know what I'm saying? She told the truth. What did India Ari say that was immoral or wrong? What did she say? So, you know, let me see. Let me see if I can find. So I'm trying to find the initial comments made by her. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me see. Is this it? No. God dang, what are these comments? Because it's sad that we got to get to this point where everybody's checking this woman for saying that's what an older woman's supposed to do. She's supposed to point you in the right direction. That's what an older woman should be doing. She should be checking younger women. Oops. What's up, Rainy? What's going on?
Peace up. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty good.
That's good. I'm actually just tuning in, but I already know, like, I do not like this song at all, and I stand NDRE on this hands down.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't see why there should be any problem with India Ari talking about the song. Like I think that it the fact that everybody's saying this stuff is and the fact of what Trick Daddy, let me see, I'm gonna play the Trick Daddy piece in a second. I'm gonna put that over here to the side. I'm trying to find the initial part where she said what she said. Let me just go to one of these shorts. I'm sure one of them shorts got it. Hold up. Let me see. Let me find one of these shorts. Because she said she had a short initially where she was just kind of, you know. Hold on. Let me just do this. Let me do this. So I'm gonna just play this over here. That way, I'm gonna just hold up. So we'll get to this. We'll get to this say later. Let me see if I can find. Maybe it's on another. Maybe this person. I think this person covered it before. Yeah, I'm gonna play this one. Yeah, so watch this, man. And this is sad, man, that we gotta go through this and show this type of stuff because it's really common sense should tell us we shouldn't be supporting this type of foolery. But watch this. Here we go. So this the beginning of it. This what started it.
So OG R&B artist India Ari is calling out Young Miami's hit single Spend That, and now everybody's kind of talking about it online. So let's go over exactly what's going on. The conversation started after a social media user called for a boycott of Young Miami's song Spend That, writing, "I believe it's degrading to our culture. At some point, we have to take seriously the power of music and the power it has over our perception and its values it reinforces. This can't be the song of the summer." And then India Ari jumped in and said, "I spent my entire adult life caring way too much because I finally learned that not everybody cares with a capital C. And explaining it to them is not going to make them care. Everything you listen to, see, or eat is going to influence you. So make wise decisions, y'all." Then she goes on to say, "I finally realized that not everybody wants to get free. It was a very, very, very rude awakening because the masses accept the song, and that's a crystal clear sign of this being a much bigger truth." Then she later went on and said,
I mean, that's ether right there. That's ether. Because she sat up there and she said, look, this is a much clearer sign of a much bigger. It's true. It's a big truth. It's a truth about us as a people.
It is.
Black people enjoy bondage. Okay? We revel in it. We enjoy it. We need it. We need bondage. Without it, your mediocrity will be on display for the whole world. You need it. You need it. You need this level of fuckery to be on display for the world, to boost this. Because see, and let me tell you why this is funny. This is why black people think it's funny. I grew up in the hood. I know how niggas think. I'll tell you what they'll tell you. People that are stealing, scamming, they're doing it because of the system of white supremacy and the white power structure. And so niggas are stealing and looting, but that don't compare to 440 years or 400 and however many years of oppression from the white man. So yes, so what if a nigga go to the mall and steal a shirt? So what if a nigga go to the mall and so what if a nigga scam a person out of their damn life savings or steal somebody's money? He has a right to do it. He's in the moral high ground because of racism and white supremacy. See, this is how niggas think. That's why it doesn't bother them that this song is talking about boosting and still it doesn't register that this is, I'm gonna play Trick Daddy in a minute because he's talking about how this song is reverberating all over the world. That's a problem. That is a problem. You're not thinking about the future of what people think of you and what that's going to entail. If you let niggas run a train on you, don't get mad if you can't find a husband. Right? If you laugh, you make a song, Brad. If a nigga lie on you, even if it's not true, let's say something's not true. Let's say a nigga lied on you and said you let niggas run a train on you, and they made a song about it and they laughed about it. And you laughing about it too. They talking about your ass. You the same person gonna have to go out here and have to find a husband that's gonna follow you. I know girls that did freaky stuff in 1992, and every time I see them, I can't help it. Listen, it's unfortunate. Every time I see them, that's the first thing coming. Oh, that's that chick that's so and so, so and so, so and so. It sticks. That shit don't go away. I remember in 8th grade, this white girl was the guy caught sucking off dudes in the closet. About 4 or 5 dudes in the closet getting sucked off. White girl, on a roll. She was on a roll too. Smart girl. Freak. She a freak. She was a freak from that day forward. Every time I saw her, she was low class. Listen, just tell you how guys think. She's low class. You at the bottom of the barrel. And any man I saw dating her, I looked at him like he's a loser. I'm just being straight up. Nigga, you a loser, man. You a man. She a freak. She ain't nothing. That's how we thought. Because men like challenges. We were, well, in my generation, we like to hunt. We like girls that was, you know, that played hard to get. We ain't want no girl you just run through real easy. We don't respect no nigga doing that like that. We don't. That's how the game went. In days and time, and as time went on, as we got older, that stuff stick, man. You could be a grown woman in your 50s and 60s. You ain't been a freak since 8th grade. You ain't did nothing. You waited. You gave your life to Christ, tried to live for the Lord, got married, had kids, and I see you at the grocery store. You feel that. That's unfortunate. I'm not going to call you that. I'm not going to insult you because I'm a gentleman. I'm not going to do that. But what I'm saying is, people still, we all know that stuff sticks. What do you think the world thinks of black people when the number one song in the world right now is about us stealing and looting? And they think that if you're ignorant and you listen, I'm going to tell you something. This is crazy. I just talked to this chick from Australia, right? She liked me. And this was back in like 1999, 2000. I was on a dating website and I was in college. And she hit me up. I got her number. We started talking, whatever. And Baby Boy came out, right? Now she's from Perth, Australia, right? She's half Fijian. Her dad was from Fiji. Her mom was Indian, right? She's from Perth, Australia. She used to talk to me and stuff like that. And she messed around and saw that movie. And she called me. I never forget. She called me. She says, that movie was just so crazy. Like, and me, I'm like, I ain't seen nothing wrong. I'm like, that's typical America, right? So it was just so crazy. And it just culturally, I just didn't know that. And and this is how black people are in America? This is how she kept asking me. I was like, no, man, that ain't all us black people. That ain't all of us. You know, but yeah, you will see stuff like that. And Yvette and all that, just the way she acted and the way that the men and just the thugs and this, oh my God, that's American culture. And she was just asking me these questions. I'm like, damn, you ain't never seen rap music? She's like, I saw rap music, but this movie kind of just, you know, and she said because she was talking to me, she wanted to see the movie. She said she hadn't really seen Boys in the Hood. She hadn't seen Menace to Society. She hadn't seen none of that. This is her first like experience watching a black movie, and that's what she told me. She was like in culture shock. This is what we ship. I'm gonna tell you another thing I remember. I remember there was a show about women, black women going to Italy finding love, right? And it was this lady. It's this lady. She takes black women on tours to Italy because Italians love black women, right? So she goes over there to Italy, and they go into all these different events and stuff. I forget the name of the show, right? A couple of like ex divorcees of like NFL athletes and NBA players, these, kind of like the Real Housewives type crowd type women, right? Late 30s, early 40s. They go over there and they date men, they getting on dates, and just about every dude on the show said that you remind me of Cookie Lyons from Empire. Because at the time, Empire was the number one show, right? And I remember all the black women was getting offended because they thought that was ratchet. That's a way of calling them ratchet. And the black women wasn't doing that crazy. They'll just be talking like, "Hey, how you doing?" Da, da, da. Oh, you remind me of Cookie Lyons, because it's a thing in their mind. They don't know that that's an insult, right? And I remember thinking that's why they make shows like that. They make shows like that so you guys can get all emotional and all, oh my God, Scandal and How to Get Away with Murder and all these shows and stuff, and you watch them and you think it's just entertainment. But NDRE is telling you it's not just entertainment. There's something behind all this stuff. I don't believe in all this frequency. I'm not off into well, frequencies exist. I ain't a fool, right? Things do vibrate. I'm not an idiot. But what I'm saying is, I think there is something to be said about understanding how God made the world, how God made the universe, how God made everything. God made things a certain way. You'd be a fool to think that you can let us say, take fire in your bosom and not get burned, right? And so when you take this music and consume it all day, every day, and these kids are, because that's how kids are. See, I don't listen to the radio. I go to the club, I don't know none of the songs, none of them. Unless they might know some Jeezy or something, they play the old school Jeezy or something. But that's old school. That music 20-some years old now. You got to understand that. So most of the rap music you see nowadays, I go to a spot and they playing stuff, everybody saying the words, and I'm just sitting there like, I don't know none of it. I'm like, I'm out of touch, I'm old. And it's cool. I'm content with that. I'd rather go somewhere where they're playing R&B music. That's me. I don't want the music all loud where I can't hear somebody talking. If I'm talking to you, I want to be able to not have to scream. I can hear the music, but I don't have to scream. So I'm a bar guy now. I'm not a club guy. I'm a bar guy. Where I might talk just a little bit louder than normal, but the music ain't so loud that I got to scream. And I can't hear nobody sitting literally 28 inches away from me and I got to go up to their ear and say something. Right? Because if that's the case, it's probably going to be some shit popping off later. If you're in a place, you got to get close to somebody just to say something to them, you might want to get out from up in there. They're playing music that's on the radio. They're playing Wham Whammy and all that shit. Get up out of there, man. There might be some gunshots in the parking lot later. But this is the thing, man. Like, our music is an export of our culture, African American culture. That's why the whole world knows when they get mad. You go anywhere in the world as an African American, and if you piss somebody off, first thing they gonna do, nigger. I was in the Dominican Republic. I never forget this. I'm in the DR. This is like one of my second, third trip there, right? I done brought my homeboy. We over there. So we get there early and we sit in the table because we knew it was this place called Gangworks in Mega Central where we used to go, and it used to be like a place on on Tuesdays at 7 o'clock, it'd get live. Like it'd be lit, right? And so we got there early that Tuesday, and we said, oh, hell no, we ain't missing it this week. Because we kind of got caught there by mistake the first time we went. So next time we go Tuesday, we get dressed, we go up in there, we sitting up there, me and about two of our homeboys. It was 4 of us on the trip. We sitting there, and these dudes from they had their New York hats, the Dominicans, they wearing their New York hats with the Don Omar braids, the typical Puerto Rican Dominican look, right? They come in there, they looking at us like they mad. I'm like, okay, what's this? So this thing I know, I noticed they looking at us. We're like, we thinking, okay, we're gonna probably get in a fight, because they mad because we in their seat, because they felt like that was their seat. Because the first week we was there, they were sitting there. So the next day, nothing happened. We leave. Next day, we go to the spot to get something to eat because we went to Mega Central every day. That's the little hangout spot, right? And so while we were there, the dude came to me that worked there that night. He said, "What's up, man? What's going on, guys? What's up, fellas? Yeah, man, those guys last night, they really made me upset." I was like, "Why?" They were calling you guys niggers. They were saying it in a certain way where you couldn't understand it, but they was calling y'all niggers. Why are these niggers in our seat? Get these niggers out of so-and-so, so-and-so. They kept saying it all night. They talked about y'all. They sat over there and talked about y'all all night. These niggas, these niggas, these niggas, that. That's the whole world knows what we are, how we're perceived. I ain't gonna say what we are, but what we're perceived as. When Floyd Mayweather fought Manny Pacquiao, there was a lot of stuff being said. Now I don't get emotional because people say the word nigga. I've kind of been set free from that bondage of getting mad about somebody saying nigga. You got to get free from that because it'll ruin your life. It'll have you angry and stuff. You'd be mad every day if all somebody got to do is say nigga. I'm not finna get up. You ain't finna hurt my feelings. Now, if you call me a nigga, and depending on where the situation is and what's going on, I'll probably, get you fired, or I'm gonna do something. But I ain't gonna just. But I'm not just gonna be walking through life like I'm gonna just crash out and end my freedom, or I'm up here going to prison because I done assaulted somebody because they called me a nigga. Not doing that. I'm not letting you get. I'm gonna probably call you something back, give you a few choice words, and I'm gonna keep it moving. But I'm not finna just get all hyper emotional about that. Right? When you look at our people, man, where we are and where we're going as a culture, this is an export.
The masses' acceptance of the song itself is a crystal clear sign of a bigger problem. Finally realized that not everybody wants to get free, and it was a very rude awakening. Now, her comments come after Spend That is actually climbing the charts right now. It's Young Miami's highest charting solo single, and it peaked at number 66 on the Billboard Hot 100. She recently told people that she knew it was the song of the summer as soon as she recorded it. And when she sang it at the BET Awards, literally every celebrity jumped up and started singing with her. So then somebody actually asked India Arie in the comments, "Are you surprised? They still eat McDonald's." And she said, "No, I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed." And now people are kind of divided on everything. I don't think people understand how powerful words are.
So I wanted that. That's what she said, right? And this is, let me show you this here.
Punchy is back in jail after just getting released from prison in January. Bellevue police say one of the best clues came from a TikTok video made to Young Miami's viral song Spend That about boosting and scamming. Bellevue police say this video shows Janice Wiley holding 2 stolen Louis Vuitton purses. It was posted 5 days after detectives say her daughter, Janice Downs, and an unidentified suspect stole the bags worth more than $7,000 from Nordstrom in downtown Seattle.
That was her. That was her. Acting like she a Muslim. That's her.
2 days after Downs showed the purses on her Instagram account.
For us, she's a prolific, organized career theft criminal, and so we're very familiar with her.
That's because Bellevue PD's special enforcement team busted Downs and her mom 2 years ago for a major organized retail crime spree. They were accused of stealing more than $500,000 worth of Lululemon clothing. Downs pleaded guilty to 6 counts of organized retail theft. She was sentenced to 33 months in prison with 501 days credit for time served and was released in January. Bellevue PD Captain Landon Barnwell says just 4 months later, Downs was back to her old ways.
She would think that, after what she experienced in 2024, that, hey, maybe, she would change.
You do 2.5 years in jail. Get out in January. You do 2 years, basically. Get out and you right back at it.
What she's doing, but again, clearly she hasn't chosen to do that.
Court documents show Bellevue PD detective Jeff Christensen recognized Downs in a bulletin sent out by Tukwila police showing thieves stealing almost $4,000 worth of fragrances from Macy's. See the shower cap she's wearing? He had a similar photo of her from his case 2 years ago. Working with their regional law enforcement partners, he says he then identified Downs in similar thefts at the Macy's in Tacoma and the downtown Seattle Nordstrom.
People don't just commit crimes in one location, right? I mean, especially when it comes to, the retail theft related crimes, right? They bounce around to many of the retailers in this entire area.
In the Nordstrom theft, detectives say surveillance video shows Downs wearing a burqa as a disguise. Detectives say the surveillance video shows how Downs and her accomplice cooperated to steal the purses, distracting the clerk by asking to see other bags on the shelves behind him. When he turned his back, watch as the accomplice smoothly slips the handles of one of the purses over her arm. After he shows them a second bag, he puts it back on the shelf. When he went to the front sales counter, police say Downs walked over, made sure he wasn't looking, and grabbed the purse, then held it down low on the right side of her body, opposite over where the clerk was standing. Her accomplice then moves over next to her, takes the handbag, and exits the store with both of the stolen purses. A few seconds later, Downs follows her out. On June 12th, Bellevue police arrested Downs and her mom. Detectives located them in the parking lot of Westfield South Center Mall. Court documents note that Downs was wearing the same burqa, black-colored sandals, and her white-painted toes matched her appearance from the Nordstrom theft.
You can't make this up, honestly.
See, this is the thing. We all, as a people, have to deal with the negativity brought our way from shit like this. This is what I mean when I say you cannot get mad about racism when you glorify evil. Because this is evil. That's pure evil. That's what it is. That is evil. People go and spend their hard-earned money to open up businesses, sell their products, and you come in and steal it. That is evil. I know that sounds, oh man, they'll get it back. They got insurance. I know that's that Black Lives Matter 2020 talking. No, it's evil to take people's stuff. You do not have the right to walk in a business and take their products. That's the truth. A lot of times you got to eat that, man. A lot of times you have to eat that price when people steal stuff like that.
It's crazy because art imitates life all the time. And
I had to know why in the world she got arrested, right? So I went and looked up some information. Shout out to the Miami Herald. MiamiHerald.com posted this article on August 24th of 2017. David Ovale, that's Ovalle, posted this article on August 30th of 2017 at 10:26 a.m. titled "Stolen Purses from Macy's, a Police Car Chase, and a Dead Grandmother. Who is to blame?" Now, I won't read the whole article to you guys, but I'm just going to go ahead and cut to the chase. It says, there is no question that Xavier Robinson and Kenya Young drove to the Aventura Mall, stole Michael Kors and Juicy Couture purses from Macy's, and led police on a dramatic chase that ended with a motorist dead from a high-speed collision. It's up to jurors, so she was tried by a jury, to sift through the details and decide who's really to blame. Heard from Robinson's defense on Thursday, he was a simple shoplifter acting on his own, and it was Young who took the wheel of his borrowed Chrysler 300, driving like a madwoman before plowing into a car driving through a North Miami Beach intersection. Killed was 40-year-old security guard Emily Anderson, who was driving home from another exhausting shift to support her 2 grandchildren. Quote, "The way Kenya drove was reckless," Assistant Public Defender Lauren Dawson told jurors during opening statement of Robinson's trial for the M word. "The way Kenya drove was dangerous," end quote. And let me see, I'm going to skip ahead. Okay, it says that the driver was driving at 66 miles per hour, more than double the legal limit. Quote, "Not braking at a stop sign, T-boning the car driven by Emily Anderson," Miami-Dade prosecutor Justin Funk told the jury. That's F-U-N-C-K. That's funk, and you had to add the C because it's that just that funky, allegedly. Robinson, 36, is charged with first-degree felony M-word, armed robbery, vehicular H-word, and reckless driving resulting in serious bodily injury. He faces up to life in prison if convicted. The tragedy happened on August 3rd of 2009. Prosecutors said Robinson and Young were in on the robbery together, parking their car in the fire lane for a quick getaway from Macy's. He stole a Michael Kors bag while Young took 2 Juicy Couture purses. As they ran off, a security officer tussled with Young as Robinson hopped in the driver's seat and gunned it towards the two. Quote,
"They talking about Young Miami. That's her name, Carisha. That's her.
Miss Young was thrown on the hood of the car. Mr. Robinson drove off while Miss Young was still on the hood of the car," Funk said. Young managed to get back into the car and the two sped off, going the wrong way down a one-way street and hitting speeds upwards of 90 miles per hour as Aventura police gave chase. He said the Chrysler soon collided with Anderson's vehicle. She worked with Bryan Security.
Her mom did this.
And had a second job supervising the front desk at the Nordica condominium in Miami's road section. To make the story even sadder, the story goes on to say that this woman suffered the tragedy of losing her 19-year-old son, Michael Johnson, who, lost his life at the age of 19 in what investigators believe was a case of mistaken identity. Now, the person who did this crime allegedly was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. And just when you thought this article couldn't get any worse, when that woman passed away, it says that Anderson was driving home along with her co-worker and cousin, Charles Edward Hall of North Miami. He survived, but remained in a coma for months. Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead to the end of the article. He and Young were charged with first-degree M in Anderson's death. They were also charged with armed robbery for the mall ripoff based on classifying the car driven towards the Macy's worker as a weapon. In Florida, anyone who commits certain violent crimes, including armed robbery, in which someone dies, can be held responsible for the M.
This is sad, bro. So that's her mom. Her mom killed somebody running from the police because they was stealing. They was boosting. And she making a song glorifying stealing, glorifying boosting and stealing. This is what we talking about. This is where we are. Now let me get to this other piece over here because I wanted to talk about this. So, like I said, NDRE said something. And then Trick Daddy goes live. Now, let me explain something first before I even play this video with Trick Daddy. Guys, you got to understand something. You think because you spend money and trick off on women that they really want you. They don't. This nigga Trick is delusional. He delulu. Like, I'm like, Trick, don't nobody want you. Everybody know your medical problems. You, like, bro. Like, bro, you look bad. Watch this.
All the negative music that come out, you want to simply try to target a young black female that's doing something positive, that's in her bag right now. You talked about her bag when she put out certain singles. You talked about her over and over again with situations with who the nigga she was dealing with. Everything y'all get on this internet and act like y'all life is all peaches and cream. Bad breath smelling ass. I know you. I know you mad. I know you hold bad and you jealous. You look at that young fine girl on that stage rocking East clubs each and every night, these appearances, these hosts. She dropping her hottest single out there. Young Miami, you got not let these old ragla ass bitches turn nothing you trying to do.
Listen, man. Listen, this is bad. This is bad. But that's why, listen, that's why he got his record deal, because he's ignorant, right? A man like this gets a deal and gets on because of who he is, because of how stupid he is. That's the real, man. So let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can just play it on
in the game right now, and everybody is jamming this record except a few old centrals. Why is it so stupid? Let me tell you old something. That's why I don't you old right now. That's why I would not my one of you old souls, because you old is too modern.
I mean, this nigga talking like if you sleep with a woman, she win the lottery or some shit and she's worth millions of dollars. Like he talking like women looking at him like, oh my God, he's just so handsome, and like, bro, like this nigga's really, and this is what happened. Like, you ever, like, I remember I used to go to the strip club back in the day, right? And you go in the strip club and you see a dude, and the dude is like, he really think them women feeling him. You know what I'm saying? He think, yeah, I'm that nigga. Like, no, you don't see the money you pulling out your pocket? That's called cheating. You're cheating, bro. You're not talking up on these. Like you just a fly nigga that they want to sleep with. You pulling money out and giving it to them, idiot. That's why I never sleep with these. Yeah, nigga, because you pay for what you want. So I get it.
And too plain, outdated. The game done passed you by.
And the game ain't passed Trick by. When the last single we seen Trick do?
Do you think y'all Miami give a fuck about you don't like her record? You take our time to go on social media to down talk a girl. We've been talking negativity in every music, every song since before I even started doing music, and I've been doing it mother 30 years. I'm about you age. You to say something about me. Leave that little young lady alone, because if you see how pretty she is, you don't look like her. So it giving me.
So that's what it is. She's mad because she's pretty. It's a lot of pretty women out here, man. Maybe she's telling the truth, right? Maybe she is telling the truth and she doesn't want to go out here and do these things. She doesn't want to see our kids led down a path of destruction. Maybe. I don't know NDRE if she got kids. I don't know her personal situation. I don't know nothing about her. But she probably thinking, man, I don't want that. And let's be honest. Let's go back and look at her catalog. As much as listen, NDRE's music has always been, to me, for the most part, uplifting. It has. Now I know she bohemian and I don't agree with everything, obviously. But what I'm saying is, she, brown skin. Come on, bro. That's an anthem. That's an anthem. That's a song you gonna hear at the barbecue. That's a song. That's like she can tour forever just singing brown skin. forever. She can tour till she in a wheelchair, 85 years old, stand up talking about some brown skin. Everybody gonna be singing it. So until you drop brown skin, just because this song hot right now, in 3 years, this song, people go, oh yeah, I remember that. That's what it's gonna be. It's a bubblegum song. This is bubblegum. It's the fact. Know what made this song hot? Let me go ahead and say it. The fact that she actually had the audacity to send big ups and shout outs to criminals and say it in such a way and name by name scammers, boosters. This for all the boosters popping tags. This for all the, where y'all at? You know what I'm saying? That's what she did. And it was funny. It was ratchet and it's funny. That's it. It's catchy. She got a little anthem you sing with it. She got a little dance to go with it. It's a cheat code. It's cheat code. That's what it is. But this is what I'm saying. Like, this dude here need to be careful and take his diabetes medication before he's sitting up here talking about who he gonna stick his dick in. No one cares about who you gonna stick your dick in, Trick Daddy. Nobody. But that's where we are. That's where we are, man. You know what I'm saying? People are really loving this. Like, and then, they say, well, she's saying, she's saying that, you need to, let me go over here. Young Miami going on just because she hot. Man, look here, man. Just because you successful and you got a hot single and you pretty doesn't mean that you're right. And that's the problem. But this speaks volumes about black people. Because when Trick said what he said, go read the comments. Let me tell you something. I've seen some of the most fucked up videos, right? I've seen people say some stuff and it's like crazy. And then I go in the comments and people love it. Even NDRE, I'm looking at her sideways and she's talking about what she said about her child being, gay or whatever. She said she'll have a problem with it. So I said, what you trying to say? And I read all that. I looked at all that. So I disagree with her. That's why I say I don't just agree with everything she say. But at least she did call out the fuckery, which needs to be called out.
Okay, you guys. So Young Miami out here being petty. So if you're not up to date, India Ari started an online debate after posting shade towards Young Miami for her viral hit song Spin That. Now what sparked this is at the BET Awards, Young Miami got a standing ovation after they started playing Spin That.
I get that. You know what's funny though? But you got to understand who and where you are and what you're doing. Right? If I'm tricking to buy a woman, I don't let it go to my head that I'm him because I get my hands on a woman. I agree with you 1,000%, bro. I believe you. Oh, dog. Feel free to click the link, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I agree 1,000%. I just think that when it's all said and done and you look at where we are and what's going on, like Trick Daddy really thinks that he's him because you pay a woman. And I hate when dudes do that. You buy women and then you think and you let it go to your head that you are on some sort of level. No, you're buying. I could take the lamest, fattest, stanky breath, funky dude. He can be musty, not taking baths. If he got like money and he willing to shovel it out, he get the baddest woman you can see. That's truth. Trick clearly does not take care of his body. You can see it. He's unhealthy. And I wouldn't dare stick my dick. Like, nigga, if you don't stop talking like that. Like, oh, it's a privilege to be with. Like, what? He made some comment to me. They just want somebody they want to get flued out. That's what he said. He said, because in that rant, he said, they want to get flued out. They want you to put that shit on them, mean buy them some clothes, take them to the mall shopping, and they want to get fucked real good. That's it. And I'm just like, so he telling you what he's doing. He's on the internet paying girls, flying them out, taking them to the mall, taking them shopping and sleeping with them. That's what he's doing. Like, And that's some lonely shit to me, to be honest with you. That's lonely. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I if I'm a guy, right, I don't want a woman that I got to pay to spend time with me, because that's not real love. You don't really care about me. You don't really care about my best interest. You don't care about what I want. You don't care about nothing I have. If I got to pay you to sleep with me, I got to pay you to be around me, then I don't really, you know what I'm saying? Like, go to the strip club and pay a stripper to spend time. Like, it's trash. That would be trash. I ain't never did that. But I'm saying, if you go to I'm not paying you to spend time with me. You better be around me because you want to be with me. I'll take you out to eat. I'll pay for the meal. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not doing all this other stuff, man. But that's what you see from dudes that let themselves go. But you got the game twisted. You ain't competing with a 25-year-old dude. You not you not him, bro. You not like the one that she want to sleep with for free, that's staying with his mama, that come to her house, that she go out on a date with you, get your money, get your food, and bring it back to that nigga. That's who you want to be. You want to be that guy. You don't want to be the guy that's coming up off the money. One thing I hate is being a lick. Like, but they call me simp. I'm like, whatever. Anyway.
Stage to present an award. Now, mind you, this song has also been crowned the Song of the Summer. And this is a huge boost for Young Miami's career because this song has reached number 25 on the Billboard charts. But NDRE was not here for it at all. After the BET Award, she posted on Twitter, the mass acceptance of this song itself is a crystal clear sign of a bigger problem.
Another thing, that whole bad body comment. Young Miami got fake breasts. Like, what? Come on, what we doing?
Finally realized that not everybody wants to get free, and it was a very rude awakening. And someone else said, I'm calling for a boycott of Young Miami song Spin That. I believe it's degrading to our culture. At some point, we have to take seriously the power music has over our perception and the value it reinforces. This can't be the song of the summer. And India added, I spent my entire adult life caring way too much because I finally learned that not everybody cares with the capital C, and explaining it to them is not going to make them care. Everything you listen to, see, or eat is going to influence you. So make wise choices, y'all. Now, if you've kept up with India Ari through the years, then you already know she always went against social norms at the height of her career. She had a lot of hits, but her hits was also very...
Let me explain something, man. This is just the truth. When you go against evil, the world will hate you. Look at Jesus. That's the best example. Look at Jesus. You disrupt. He was a disruptor. Came in, he disrupted economically. He was an economic disruptor as well. Clearing the temple. He pissed them off, man. You messing with our money and our power and control. And of course, they believed other stuff as well. But what I'm saying is, he was a disruptor. Disruptors are going to be met with hatred. I don't care how positive you talk. You're going to be met with hatred. In the black community, when you call them to a standard, it's one thing to say it. See, I can come up on the internet, I can sit and I can tell black folks, hey, man, we need to do this. We need to have more families. We need to read. We need to, and most black people, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Now, when it come time to toe that line, like that movie Coach Carter, that actually happened. The dude shut the team down because they was flunking in school. And what did the parents do? They showed up they was ready to fight. Why? Why? You don't care about your kids? All you care about is your child running behind a ball? More so than them actually getting the education. What are the statistical chances of your child making it to the NBA? You'd rather take your chance on something that's about as hard to get struck by lightning than you would for your child to pretty much to have a 75, 80% chance of getting into the middle class with at least with a high school diploma, graduating, not have kids out of wedlock, doing certain things. These are the things that we don't care about. And black folks showed up mad. I remember in Montgomery, Alabama, I remember folks way back in the early 2000s, they changed the level, the degree of difficulty. They pushed it up. from like a 6th grade level to like an 8th grade level for the graduation exam. We used to have a graduation exam. It was 3 parts: math, reading, and I think English or something, like English part. So the English part was different from the reading. You had reading comprehension, you had math. I passed it the first time I took it. I ain't see no big deal, right? It was like, okay, that was very easy, right? And a lot of people I graduated with didn't graduate. They got a certificate. They didn't get a high school diploma because they had to go to summer school to study and retake the graduation exam, which they took it that summer. A lot of my homeboys had better GPAs than me, but they weren't taking the types of math I was taking. They weren't taking the English I was taking. They weren't taking the courses I was taking. So they had to, although they had better high GPAs, they still couldn't, function at a certain grade level, and so they had to go retake the test. So they pushed it up 2 grade levels. Bro, let me tell you something. It was this 1440 AM, it's like this radio station that I used to listen to. This was, during I was really heavy into talk radio, and I would listen. Sometimes I would call in and stuff. And I remember a lot of black people calling up, going off, screaming, cussing it, talking about the people at the Board of Education because they increased the degree of difficulty, right? And they wanted them to take it down. In fact, a lot of them were saying remove it and get rid of it. So you'd rather your child graduate not even being able to read at a basic level. Black folks was cool with that. Remember, 55% of black kids can't even read at a basic level, right? I mean, you can't look at a word, sound it out, and pronounce it. And it just based on certain pieces of the word and based on your understanding. And unfortunately, I don't say unfortunately, but if you understand English, you learn a lot of Latin, whether you know it or not, you do. So a lot of words you can look at 3 or 4, like, okay, this is this, this is that. And that comes from this. That's the root word. So that must mean this. So this must mean this. And I've actually figured out the definitions of words by just looking at the sections of it and phonetically figuring it out. Not without a dictionary. Right? You're supposed to be able to do that. If you can't do that, then you probably have some problems. You need to brush up on some things. There's a lot of people that don't read at high levels. But the thing is, when you can't read, you can't learn a lot of times. Like I taught myself SQL. I had to read. I ain't have no videos. I couldn't afford it. I had books. I had to sit my butt down and teach myself. I had to learn words that I didn't understand. I had to go look them up and had to figure stuff out. Self-taught. But I taught myself. Right? And so the point I'm trying to make is when you look at a lot of this stuff with black folks, I do think we hate God. I think there's a lot of us that hate God. We do. I saw a video yesterday. I'm going to play it. I'm going to find it. It's in my history. I couldn't believe this woman. I'm going to show y'all something. I couldn't believe. I said, this woman dead serious. This woman is dead serious when she said it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I get it. Let me show y'all something. Here we go. Watch this. This is what I'm talking about. This somebody's probably mom or auntie, grandma. Watch what she say.
Question about side chicks. Why is it always so negative? And when somebody comes and asks a question about side chicks, why is it always so negative? And why is it like, oh, you guys are wrong or whatever? That man doesn't love you. That man's not going to leave his wife.
There's an argument that sometimes the side chick get the best of the man.
And I do.
Okay. Oh, my God. Are you a proud side chick?
I want you to be really honest.
Okay.
Are you her husband?
Absolutely.
Do you believe in God?
I do.
Oh, okay. There's a difference in believing in God and fearing God. I don't think that you fear God because I don't think you understand the conviction that's being a person who is the person who is stepping into somebody's marriage. God does not approve of that. If you read that word, if you take in your daily bread, there will be a conviction. You think that this is just a book that works for you whenever you want it to work for you. That's not how it goes, baby. So for you to be able to say that you believe in God right now, that's the reason. If y'all really want to know why I'm passionate about this conversation, that's the reason. Because in my walk I fear God. So every behavior that I have reflects on the godly principles and my fear of God. So I am never going to get up to no mic and say that I knowingly have stepped into somebody else's marriage, and I am okay with that. If the shoe was on the other foot, I guarantee you if the shoe was on the other foot. You talking about this woman doesn't approve of that. You causing pain to that woman as well. We as brothers and sisters of Christ, we are not supposed to be causing intentional pain on somebody else. So I challenge you, since you got up to this mic to try to challenge your girl Kitty. I challenge you, okay? Because now you finna see 6'5" Grove side. I challenge you, honey. I challenge you. Maybe you need to fast so you can get that spiritual demon off of you. I challenge you.
Now, this is the thing. How bold do you have to be to get up and confidently talk about sleeping with a woman's husband and you ain't got no shame, none? And I see the brother up there saying, why would people come to the internet and generalize black people? I'm going to explain some things about black folks, like just statistically, that we just have to acknowledge. 70, almost 69, I think it went down a couple of bullet points, but I mean, a couple of percentage points, but it's still over 68. Some last I heard, 68, 69% of our kids are born out of wedlock. Our kids graduate 55%, almost 60% some years, cannot read at a basic level. 85% can't read at a proficient level. 85, 86, and it's holding steady. Our average ACT scores are dropping below 15 now. I mean, dropping below 16. Average black kid takes ACT, they getting a 15 on it, which ain't gonna get you no money for no college, no scholarship, and you're probably gonna get rejected from most schools you apply for, right? These are just, I'm just going through the metrics, right? We disproportionately commit crimes. You go to the FBI table 43A. See, people ask, why do you come to the internet and say the things you say? I come to the internet and I say the things I say because we disproportionately are overrepresented in all of the negative metrics. And now we got a song that is being shipped out to the world as a representation of black people. Trick Daddy said it. People listen to that song all in China. What's that, man? I don't like that shit. I don't like that. Yeah, we dropped under 15. When the pandemic hit, we was at 16. We held 16 for years. We was dropping. Then the pandemic hit, it went down. It went under the 16. That's the first time I ever, I think it was like that in the 90s. I think it was that bad, but it had went up. We was almost at 17, then we dropped. And we had been dropping before the pandemic. We keep up with these things. When you look at the numbers and when you look at the metrics and you look at the data, black people are overrepresented. So we always got to talk about white folks. Well, man, you don't talk about white people like this. Why you got to come to the internet and talk down about black people? I'm not coming to the internet just to talk down about black people. I'm coming to the internet to try to make a video to point out certain things that we need to fix and improve and get better on. That's what I'm doing. I'm not sitting up here saying, man, niggas ain't shit. I didn't say that. I didn't say, because if you ain't shit, it wouldn't be no reason for me to make the video, to be honest with you, because you can't help it. Now, I do think that there's psychologically something wrong with black people. There is. Because this is the thing. Whenever it comes time to talk about black issues, we got to talk about white folks. You can never just sit and say, you ain't like black. You ain't like no other metric, bro. You listen, your every day, all the data is bad for you. You make up 13% of the population and commit 53% of the murders. 55% of the robberies are committed by us. There is a problem, right? Because if 70% of your kids are born out of wedlock, right? This is why I'm gonna tell you why we overrepresent in crime. You just go ahead and tell me. I'm gonna draw the parallel. Number one, children are born in elementary school. They go to school. They ain't got no dad, right? They don't know who their dad is. They halfway don't see them. This not all of the kids, not all black kids, but a large swath of them don't. Maybe 40% of them don't see dad, but maybe a couple of times a year, right? So that little boy is genetically and has a biological directive to rebel against his mother when he gets older. That's just part of being a man. You start looking for other men. You see this if you watch Animal Planet, right? Animals, cows, when they grow up a certain way, it's in their DNA. So a woman cannot teach a man how to be a man, right? So what tends to happen is he gets to about third, fourth grade, he starts cutting up. This is why they say by third grade, They already know what to do with the prisons because they know, oh, well, this dude here, he's probably going to be, by the time he's in the 12th grade, he's probably going to be XYZ. You know why they can do that? Because they know, okay, they don't have a father. They're going to grow. They're going to start feeling themselves, smelling their own must, as my mom used to say, right? And then they're going to start rebelling. By the time you get to 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, that kid is going to be getting kicked out of school. They're going to be getting suspended. They're going to be having those problems, right? And it's just, see, when you get suspended or kicked out of school, it's not looked at as a bad thing. It's, oh, he just cutting up. He just, because a lot of kids get kicked out, not kicked out, but get suspended. I got suspended. I got in fights. So we think, oh, he's just being a kid. But there's a pattern, right? Where a child is going down a path. By the time you get to 12th grade, that kid graduates, they getting the same thing. Some of them probably won't graduate. And if they do graduate high school, because in certain major metropolitan areas, a lot of those kids don't even graduate. Dropout rates are ridiculously high in urban areas ran by black people. We gotta ignore that and talk about white folks. I can't talk about that. I can just keep going. This shit flow off my tongue so easy. It's so many bad things that I could talk about. We're fucking up as a people. You fucking up, right? So then what tends to happen, you got all these little boys, they get out of high school, and they still cutting up. Like those two girls I just showed you, for example, the ladies, but her and her daughter going to the mall stealing $8,000 purses, Louis purses, Gucci purses, they stealing all this stuff, right? What you think they was doing in high school? It's just like, let me tell you something. When you go to the hood, right? And it's just a fact. You go to the hood, I'm talking about low income, bottom of the barrel hood. I'm talking about gunshots, windows bust out, crackheads everywhere. You look at the people that live in those neighborhoods, and I'm not trying to be mean, but you look at the people that live in those neighborhoods, because that's where I grew up. I'm telling the truth. My mom and my dad had enough sense to tell me where they messed up. You know what, son? I did this, I did that. Don't be like us. We messed up. We made choices. See, that's what they told us. My dad told me that. My mom told me. But a lot of black folks don't have that. A lot of black folks will say, man, white supremacy, it's systemic oppression. And so what tends to happen, these people grow up in the hood. Most people in the hood, because they did, it's choices. It's decisions that they made. They got a free education just like everybody else. They could have went to college. They could have did something for themselves. They could have got a trade or a skill, but they chose to cut up. They skipped school, drinking, smoking, cutting up when they was kids, and now they're adults. And now they sitting up here like, oh man, the system was messed up and they hurt me and they didn't. No, you messed yourself up. Most people in the hood are self-made. They put themselves there. Do you know how easy? You have a 99, 98% chance of living in the middle class, don't have kids out of wedlock, graduate from high school, stay out of the penal system, and get a trade or a skill. That's it. 98% chance of living in the middle class. So when you look at that 15% of black people that live below that, then they probably, it's some choices that were made, bro. That's it. And every time we start talking about these choices that, there is a problem culturally with us. It's not the white man telling you not to marry the mother of your kids. You choosing not to get married. You don't want to. So we don't have families. When you don't have families, you will not be able to compete with other races of people that have kids and have intact family structures where they raising their kids. They going to put their foot up your kid's ass. That's what's going to happen. Because you think it's more valuable to keep your singleness so you could be out here chasing ass, out on the streets, chasing as many women as you can. Let's keep it a buck. You value sex and freedom to be able to go out here and sleep with and do what you want to do more than being a father or a mother matters. Mom want to be in the club shaking her ass. She want to be out there spitting that shit with her daughter in the same club. That's the truth. And so when I say what I'm saying, you talk why niggas come to the internet and talk about, that's the only little tied dead ass point that these guys can make, is that you're coming to the internet to drag your own people instead of saying, damn, we need to do better. This is bad. And let me tell you something. I as much as I say what I say about, I believe black people can do better, there are some, I'm gonna tell the truth. There are some people that can really be saved. There are some. That's why you might want to make content like this, right? There are some people that can be, brought to fruition, but then most of them can't. The overwhelming majority of black folks, you ain't no reasoning with them. But there are some that you can get through to that are fair and logical and say, I'm not going to get emotional just because you as a black person are calling out stuff like this. There's a level of morality that's missing, that's gone because we left the traditional family, biblical, I said it, values that we once had. We left them. And because you left those values and morals, this is where we are. It's where we stuck. And so when I talk about this type of stuff, I get friction, and I shouldn't. There should be no friction coming my way when a man is up here telling you, hey, man, this ain't right. We shouldn't be doing this. This is wrong. A man shouldn't, a woman shouldn't do this. Like this woman here just said this craziness. Like this is where we are, man. And I'm at a certain point. What's up? What's up, old dog?
What's up, man? Good morning.
Good morning. What's up, brother? What you got?
There's a saying in the Bible where before God punishes a people or executes judgment, he'll say something like, "Fill up the transgressions." And I think that black people are going to get to a point where God just punishes them in mass, because a just God does not allow wickedness to persist in perpetuity. So it would really behoove a lot of black people to really kind of just pump the brakes on this. But the number one sin of most niggas is pride. They have pride in the things that they do. When you engage a lot of black women, you'll find out that their sin is they wear it as a badge of honor. They don't have issue with poor behavior. They glory in poor behavior. Niggas, on the other hand, niggas are kind of just, that whole difference between sin and transgression, right? So niggas commit sin. Niggas have omitted themselves from any type of righteousness or whatever. Black women transgress. Black women actually commit evils, and then they put it out here. In these zombie movies or these horror movies where there's like a spirit and the spirit is trying to find a vessel so they can wreak havoc, black people are the vessel of the spirit of Marx. Just total depravity and destruction. And God is going to deal with this if black people don't fuck around and repent.
Agreed.
So,
watch this chick here. Watch how she talk. Watch this.
I've been married for more than 15 years.
Congratulations.
I have been in a side relationship that my husband recently found out about. How can I convince my husband to let me keep the side dude?
Well, first of all, he shouldn't. You need to change that convince word to manipulate.
Ooh.
We're not going to play those games right now. You took a vow. You took vows. You stood before God or whatever it is you believe in and said that you were going to love this man. It's sickness and through health, for rich and for poor.
You
said that you committed whenever you took that vow. You committed.
Yo, just the thought that this woman could have that God is going to be okay with what she's doing, having a side dude, and while being married, while having made a vow before God to be in covenant with that man. I mean, it's like what type of reality do these people live in? And this is the kind of God that a lot of these black women serve. A God that doesn't hold them accountable and a God that always affirms everything that they do. That's the God that many, not most, not all, many of these women in the church that say, God is with them, and, they'll tattoo Proverbs 31 on them, or they'll say stuff like, the grace of God cannot, the grace of God is going to carry me through, all that stuff that they'll say. That this is the kind of God that they worship, a God that is just evil, that is unjust. for her to actually sit up here in public and say, how can I convince my husband to let me have a side dude? You don't respect your husband and you don't fear God and you don't respect yourself. People don't even understand in the concept of fornication and adultery. It mostly applies to a married woman stepping out on her husband. You know, that whole concept, like in the West or, you know, in this modern day time, we kind of got it. We don't really follow it the way the Bible lays it out. But technically, and I don't really want to go here because it might sidetrack the video. A man can have more than one woman, as we saw with David and Abraham and a lot of the patriarchs. I'm not saying to do it, but that's not sin. But a man having a woman having more than one man, that's whoredom. God calls that fornication. So for her to sit up here and just come up here proudly without shame.
You might want to clean that up about having more than one woman. You mean in a covenant marriage relationship, right? You're not just talking about just being out here sticking a bunch of holes, are you?
Nah, that's not what I'm talking about. But even
that's where it sounded.
Nah, you can have concubines. They had concubines in the Bible. Now whether they were in covenant, I don't know. But
what was the difference?
The difference was that you still had to provide for them. But
exactly.
I don't know.
Inheritance. She didn't get an inheritance.
Yeah,
yeah. But I think today, I do think that when we talk about qualifications for a pastor, or the elder, or deacon, a husband of but one wife, that's explicit. So other than that,
like I said, it was going to sidetrack the video.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to I don't want to go too far. I want to finish this clip though, because it ain't nothing about 30 seconds.
All right, my bad.
Committed to be there even in the hard times, even in the times where you were not fully emotionally fulfilled, you still took on that position to say that I'm going to have those conversations. I'm going to communicate. I'm not going to breach the trust in this marriage. You lack marital integrity. And if you lack marital integrity, you lack integrity as a person as well. So my next point to make is the audacity must be on sale right now for you to be able to say, how can I convince my husband, a man at that, convince my husband to let me still have a side relationship as if I did not betray this man, as if I did not hurt this man, as if I did not dishonor this man, as if I did not disrespect this man, and you want to ask for something? You want to ask for what it seems like more of a favor because it's only going to work in your favor. It's nothing that is going to work for him. I don't like when we play these games like this. You entered into what you two believe was a monogamous agreement, and you made it a polyamorous thing. Ooh. You did. Ooh. Let me tell you something else that you did. Let's talk about the lack of responsibility. I'm gonna tell you one more thing because I'm sure some other panelists have something to say. This is the problem that I have. Whenever you open up your marriage to something that somebody else did not consent to, if your side piece has depression or anxiety or anything like that, there's a spiritual exchange that takes place when you go sleep with somebody else that you now have invited into your home. So part of the reason why your marriage is not happy is because you were lusting over the fence to begin with. Ooh. You invited that into your marriage. You corrupted your home. The best thing for you to do, because he does have the right to leave you. The best thing that you could do, the responsible thing you can do, is either end that relationship on the side or leave that man alone and let somebody else find him.
Clap it up. Like, this is the thing. Like, I look at stuff like that and I say to myself, our society is bad. And whenever, this is the thing, whenever I make content like this, I do get friction from people. I get this, oh, you bootlicking coon. Somebody called me a bootlicking coon at the beginning of the video, said I'm a shine because I'm out here. You don't talk about white people. You talk about your own people. What does that really mean? When they say talk about your own people, they're not my people. Right?
That's what I was going.
I knew that's what you was about to say, but that's the thing.
I was going there.
Culturally, I'm not aligned with a group of people. My people are the people of God. My people are the people that are in covenant with Christ. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm gonna stand. If it came down to it, that's who I'm gonna choose every time. And if they not black, they just not black. It's unfortunate. But if you know, it's think about it. Vody Bachman is usually when he was talking and preaching, there was a bunch of white folks out there. If you look at Vody Bachman, go look at his content. When he talks about cultural Marxism, go watch his sermons. It's mostly white folks. Got a few black people sprinkled out through there. But most of the time, black folks ain't really on that. Now, when you look at Jamal Bryant, it's all black people. Right? You look at these people and you look at the way they preach, the style, the way they bring their sermons and stuff like that. Now, I don't drag the body of Christ. I think we have to be careful as believers in what we say about the bride of Christ, because that's really what the church is. And so I think there are things that need to be changed. There are problems within it that need to be addressed. And then they're just straight out heretics, like a Jamal Bryant. You tell me you go to New Birth, I'm gonna look at you like something wrong with you. I don't think I'm looking at you like something wrong. You go to New Birth. Because I'm sitting up there and I'm listening to it. So I'm like, man, this dude is pandering. This ain't he ain't even using no scripture. He might start out with one verse and just go off on a tangent and just talk. Right? So somebody says, find better role models so y'all won't be stuck on this low vibrational copy and paste grifts. The same white people y'all begging to be accepted by called Clarence Thomas smartest man out here.
Clarence Thomas is the most sound justice on the bench.
This is the thing. This is the thing that gets me, right? Like, I'm not trying to be accepted by white folks. I'm just being me. I don't have a white wife. I'm married to a black woman. My son goes to a black school. I live in a majority white neighborhood, but it's mixed. There's other people out here. I see black people too. It's Atlanta, so it's black folks everywhere. So it ain't like it's just 99% white. You know what I'm saying? And even if it was, I wouldn't really care. I'm living. See, you got to understand, this is a problem with a lot of people when they say we're trying to be accepted. You don't understand what it means to have morals and values, because you don't have a code. Your code is whatever is black, that's what you accept. That's it. That's what you believe in. If it's black, it's down. It don't matter. We shouldn't be on the internet talking about it. You got kids out here singing scamming ass niggas, boosting bitches, where y'all at, and y'all cool with that shit. And I make a video saying, damn, man, black folks need to stop putting this. You letting this go to your kids. I agree with India Ari. This is messed up. When she said people don't want to be free, I agree with her, and I'm getting friction. I'm getting pushback from that. That's the problem. I'm a coon. Think about what you're saying. And let me tell you something, man. I'm gonna say this. This is the truth. Anytime niggas say you cooning, you probably doing something right. I'm gonna say it again. When niggas is saying that you're cooning, you're doing something right. 9 times out of 10, when these niggas say you do it, if they say don't do it, you probably need to do it. Right now, this person, Wes, Randall, whatever, is saying that I shouldn't be up here pointing out the fuckery that we doing. You need to point out the fuckery. If niggas say go left, you need to go right. If they say go up, go down. And I guarantee you will be successful in life. Guarantee you. Because they fuck up. That's what they do. They breed mediocrity. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you come on from a family of tradesmen, young black. Okay, you're not a felon. Cool, that's not really saying much. You're part of the 66% of black men that aren't felons. Okay, cool. The other 33% are. Doesn't mean anything. Just because you're a felon doesn't mean you're a fuck up. I'm going to tell you the truth. You can make mistakes. See, I'm different. I don't beat up somebody because they got a record. I got friends that got records. You could do something stupid. You 17, 18. I said and did a lot of dumb stuff when I was 17. Right? That doesn't mean that if you come back and I'm 37, that I'm still stupid and dumb. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot of people that made dumb choices at 22, 23. They did dumb stuff. That mean they're not good people. That mean they're not good role models and people that you can look up to in society and say, hey, I know a couple of dudes went to jail for a bank robbery. And it was like 26, 27 at the time. Both of those dudes are doing very well for themselves. I ain't got nothing. They got their records cleaned up, expunged, and they're doing well. One of them's in HR. He's probably making over $200,000, doing well for himself. Played ball overseas. That's the truth. I don't have this hatred or down for just because a guy got a record. I don't. So, I mean, that's how that works. Let me mute right quick. Thank you. But that's the thing. Like, we have to be able to see stuff for what it is, man, and not be so quick to want to go down this road of, So I'm just like, no, I'm not like Charleston White. I disagree with Charleston White on a myriad of issues. Charleston White said that Anthony Edwards was a hero because he brought money to the courtroom and just paid and said he didn't want to have nothing to do with the kid. I think that's dishonorable. See what I'm saying? Me and Charleston White ain't the same. I don't call a man a hero who neglects and abandons his children and think he's just going to give them some money and that's all it takes to raise his kids. I'm for sitting your ass down, being disciplined with your dick. Why are you out here busting off and winning women raw? Why are you having unprotected sex with women anyway? Why are you doing that? That's stupid. Right? STDs, children, that's stupid. But you think just because you're in the NBA and you got money, you good. Floyd Mayweather going broke. Anybody can go broke. If you're a billionaire, you can go broke. And if you're making a few $100 million, you definitely can go broke. So that's stupid. You think you're gonna be making $60 million a year forever? You snap your hamstring, come back. Now you're a damn veteran minimum contract guy. So that's stupid. What's up, BT?
How you been? It's been a long time, brother.
Ain't that, man? What's up with you? What you got?
Yeah, man. See your platform growing as normal. You picking up this game as normal. Well, first off, good morning to you all. God bless. But that video with the lady talking and I was in the chat earlier. I was having fun with the fellas. Josing and having a good time. But the lady discussing being a side chick. As I've told you before, it's been a while. As I told you before, I'm from an urban community, right? Like I'm from the New Orleans area, lived in Baton Rouge as well, but I'm from an urban community, right? So my understanding, like many of us in this chat, my understanding of our culture is intimate, especially when it comes to dealing with our women. And I'll be the first person to tell you, the lady who was discussing being a side chick, I've seen her, not to exaggerate, but I've seen her 1,000 times before. I've seen her 1,000 times before. And the words she's using, the phrases she's using to not only justify, but almost kind of pacify the fact that not only is she a side chick, but she's dedicated to destroying a marriage. One of the detrimental things about the hood, the ghetto, the back of town, one of the most detrimental things about it is the hood is very anti-family. The hood is very anti-family. The hood is very anti.
Preach, brother.
And what I mean by that is this: I'm from the New Orleans. If you've been to New Orleans, I love my city, but New Orleans is very fun oriented, and that's okay. But the thing is, it's not a city that you will call a very family city. Like what I mean by that is this: a lot of people in the urban black community, we don't really think that having a godhead, so to speak, at the top of the pyramid is necessary. And don't get me wrong, I grew up in a community where I was one of the few kids who had a daddy in this household. Most of my friends was raised by single mothers. I got friends who are like me. We made it out. I went to the military. I got 2 degrees. I'm doing well for myself. A lot of my friends are too, but a lot of my friends who are in the penitentiary, I got 2 friends in Angola right now, both from broken households. And how that correlates to the lady being a side chick, this side chick culture in the black community, it breeds bad people. It breeds people that don't necessarily, how can I put this? They don't really value a whole lot. If you'll destroy a marriage, you'll destroy anything because your feelings mean more than logic and understanding. People from households led by not only a woman, because it ain't just about being led by a woman, it's being led by a dysfunctional woman. You don't value nothing. You don't respect nobody. Like you mentioned in the chat before, the 15 ACT. Dog, that's because mama not gonna check me to do my damn homework. Mama not gonna check me to be responsible because she's barely making it. So as I land my plane, I'm gonna say this. I understand it's things, but I'm speaking from experience. I'm not speaking from just outside looking in. I'm speaking from somebody who went to school with these people. I've dated women who are from these type of households who are these type of women. Are they evil? Depends. I don't know their hearts, but I know the fruits of their action. I know their fruits. But I'm gonna just be honest with you. This side chick culture, this scamming ass nigga culture, it breeds bad people. It just does.
Bars beyond bars. Sup? Can I say something or
Yeah, go
nobody
ahead. I
else?
thought you were about to. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I thought you were gonna first of all, hold on a second, gentlemen, audience, salute to y'all. I hope you three on the panel. How was your 4th of July? Did you enjoy it? I did mine, even though it rained here, but I'll let you guys speak.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it for
I saw
sure.
your video. I saw your video sub when I was I was barbecuing, not barbecuing. By the way,
Yeah, man.
sub.
It's like talking about they hate America, man. Get your ass. Man, like niggas leave. My God.
My bad. Yes, sir. I enjoyed my fourth. I barbecued and I had a good little time. Weather helped.
BT, a BT. You've beaten sub, and I say this with respect. Man, I hear your New Orleans accent, man. You got the best accent on here.
Appreciate you.
You've taken over for sub.
Appreciate
New Orleans over Alabama.
Yeah, appreciate
No,
it.
let me say this real quick. I'm gonna be y'all know I can go on and on. Oh, dog, what's good? Shout out to Abdullah Mason, right?
What's happening, man? He ain't even got his man strength yet, and once he does, it's over.
I know. It's good to see a black. And if y'all not familiar, Abdullah Mason's a young boxer. He's got 4 other brothers that box, and they got a patriarch leading them. He ain't got no tattoos. Nothing wrong with tattoos. I'm just saying, no gold teeth.
Hold up, Tyson.
Speak.
Hold up, Tyson.
Oh,
This is a problem with a lot of people in the black community. This, West Randall. A lot of women do this. I never said all black people. In fact, a few minutes ago, I was talking about some of them are reachable. I did say that. So, you said in all fairness, you can't judge all black Americans based on being raised in an extremely violent city. Well, guess what? Just about most black people I know are from wherever there's a lot of black people is probably going to be violent. Montgomery, Alabama is 3 times the murder rate of Chicago. So
If
that's
you're
where I'm
speaking,
from.
I can't
Born
hear
and
you.
raised. Say it again. You said it. Hey, well, let me know if y'all hear me.
He said he couldn't hear you, but I hear you fine.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I might
Well,
have to come. I might have to come out and
that's
come
what I'm
back
saying.
in.
When we talk about
Let
black
me
folks,
let me excuse myself.
yeah, no problem. When black people say stuff about black people, they're not talking about all black folks, right? Like I'm not if it's a guy like if there's a guy that's like for example raising his son, he married to the mother of his kids and they're living in the suburbs and they're raising their kids and they're trying to instill some sort of biblical values in their kids and they're trying to take them to church, they're trying to show them the right way, they praying over their child every day, they doing, then obviously I would never, because there ain't too much you can say about that dude. He handling business. They said if a man is handling business, who am I to sit up here and try to drag him and say something about him and say he ain't hitting on that? I wouldn't dare do that. There's nothing to be said, right? I'm just talking. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the parents that got their kids on that bus that I showed earlier. Talking about where all the scamming ass niggas at. All them kids like they was 10 years old or less. That's crazy. Go ahead, old dog. I mean,
No,
Sir Tyson.
Tice. First of all, shout out to the America 250. All right. Second thing, sub, may I ask you this before I get onto the scam net? This is Delano's book, everybody. Y'all know Delano Squire. Sub, I wish you knew how to blow up things.
I can get you. Hold on. Let's see which one. I'll put you over here. There you go.
Can you read the title?
Yeah, The Vanishing Black Family. Delano Squires, How Welfare and I don't see the bottom. Feminism made marriage optional and children vulnerable. Facts.
So for those of y'all, I'm gonna go off camera now. For those of y'all may have forgotten or whatever, Sub and I met Delano Squires. He's a frequent contributor on Whitlock's show. I'm sure Sub will agree with me on this. An extremely bright guy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a wealth of knowledge. Sub, I'd like to finish the book and then try to get him on as I do a critique on it. Would you be
Yeah,
open
yeah.
for that?
Yeah, because he replied to his emails. He actually answers the emails.
Yeah, no, I sent him because I told him I want to read it first, then I want him to autograph it. It was something that BT said, which made me pick up that book. But I just want to say this, listen, as somebody similar to BT who grew up in, well, I grew up in a good neighborhood that became the hood, right? Got it good. I'm from Detroit, right? You all know that, but
What up, though?
look, you're right, exactly. You okay? I came up with shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that. I came up, played the ratchet music. I used to watch my parents them. You remember, y'all can relate with this, especially if y'all, since all black people supposedly the same. They'd send your ass upstairs. They'd close the door where they were at, or they'd go down in the basement. And you better knock before you dare even consider open the door. They pull out them Richard Pryor, Millie Jackson records and play them, right? Right? Or I can't be the only one that had that experience, right? But that stuff. No, okay. Let me just go a little bit more. The corn magazines, the high times, the ones about anarchy, how to build your weapons. Those were behind the counter. You just couldn't go and grab that crap. Am I lying on this? They had covers on them, all that. Am I lying?
Yeah.
If you wanted to go to a peep show, first you had to go to the seediest part of town, which you had no business being there in the first place. The point I'm getting at is I'm not saying that they can't have their crap that they're talking about, or, and it can't. I didn't say boycott. I didn't say ban, or I'm sorry, what do you call it? Cancel. That's the word they like to use now. The fact that this is mainstream and you and I, Sub, have talked about endlessly about how this stuff ain't organic that gets pushed to number one. This stuff is by design. This is what they want you. Well, I should say, when I say they, I'm not even talking about the so-called white people. I'm just talking about in general, and black people are eating this up. Is it all black people? Of course not. I give Indy Irie tremendous props because too many of them coward ass entertainers or I shouldn't say feel, I don't even use that word, think exactly like Indy Irie, but they too pussy to come out because they know they will be ostracized by that same crowd that like that bullshit. Now let's get on this scam net for a second. I'm gonna land the plane here. In my opinion, the beat ain't even hot. But that's just me, whatever. But this is ratchetry on steroids. Then people want. Oh, one more thing. One more thing. This is where I wanted to land the plane at. I remember vividly, and Sub, you and I are around the same age. For those of y'all who are Gen Xers, y'all will remember back in the late 70s, there was this thing about playing records backwards. And you could hear and decode messages. And then the heavy metal scene was full of occultic images, Ozzy Osbourne, even Quiet Riot, and ACDC,
Megadeth.
hold a second. I'm back in black, dude. No. No. I like ACDC. Listen, no slander on ACDC. No, but in all seriousness, there were white kids, killing people, maiming their parents and things like that. And there was this big discussion about, does the music influence people? And us black people on the side was just laughing and chucking it up like, ha, look at what they doing. their music. Look at what they kids is doing. Well, then NWA comes out, and to this day, I still say that is an incredible album musically. But you know, me and Sub are at odds over its impact and all this. But we do agree it was a negative impact. How about that? And we were now saying, the music don't influence nothing. It don't influence behavior. That's just it's just some shit we listen to. We like to be entertained. It's no different than watching Elliot Ness or mafia movies and Godfather. Right? Am I lying? Right? Ain't that how Negroes sound when I was mocking it? Right? You can't tell me nowadays that hip hop don't. I don't even call this crap hip hop, but you get what I'm getting at. And again, like I said, I like it. I like it all. UGK, all kids were doing lean because of Houston culture. No disrespect to you, old dog. I'm just or hoop jargon. People start
I'm
speed.
from
People
Dallas.
start. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that got picked up down here by Lil Wayne, also Mac 10 and all, and they started doing it in the mid 2000s. They kind of made it popular in the clubs or whatever.
And you agree that this stuff is influential, is it not? I'll land the plane there. I think my point is
Yeah,
well made.
and
Go
I
ahead.
said, well, I see somebody else
killed a lot
came
of
in.
people. It's
Yeah,
killed a lot of
What?
people, man.
What has
I know,
killed a lot of
I
people?
know a dude,
sir,
drinking
Oh,
syrup.
sir,
I know a dude.
drink.
I know a dude on dialysis. He ain't even 50. It's a lot of
damn.
young guys that's like they bodies are functioning like they 70 years old and they ain't even 50 years old because of syrup.
Listen, and
Yeah, you go
Sub,
on the average.
listen.
You go on. Well, go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say, listen, I can tell you the lyrics. For a trill, working a wheel, a pimp, not a simp. Keep the dope fiends higher than the Goodyear blimp. I mean, we singing this crap, and I love 3-6, but they were on some demonic ass shit, and now we just
They were the
into
first.
this.
Them and Bone were the first two that I saw that brought that demonic stuff.
Yeah,
Nobody really did that. Nobody really did that, and I was like, when Bone
dude,
did it, I was shocked. I was like, dang,
I
they
was
really.
like, dude, I was screaming, tear the club up, tear the club up.
Oh yeah.
I mean, but dude, I'll just land it here. We supposedly hate the police. We hate America. We hate white people. But what we doing as a collective, when I say we, I'm not talking about all. So that dude in the what's the name chat, just mind your mouth or whatever. What I'm saying is, but we or those that listen to this do the very same behavior that allows the so-called system to control us, to be a part of our lives. Spin that shit, putting all this, steal that shit. What the fuck? And then the minute you bring a black business in the neighborhood, they want to do the same shit with your business. I'll land my plane there. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Yo, hey, I got that iodine poisoning.
and
Nah, nah, I think it's dishonest to say when people say, "Oh, not all, not all." In reality, it only just takes one. You know, I know this is just a movie, but y'all remember Lean on Me, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
There was one dispenser there, riled up everybody else, and got that man locked in prison.
Yep.
I mean, in jail, not prison. You got him thrown in jail. It was just one. So all it takes is just one. But
You
again,
talk about the woman. You talk about the woman that got Joe Clark in, or
yeah,
refreshing. Okay,
yeah,
got you.
yeah. And for people to say that it doesn't cause problems or whatever, Sub, I sent you a video earlier of a lady, saying the same thing. Oh, it's not the music. It is the music. We say all the time, we grew up on this music and we're fine. Are we fine? Like, are we really fine? Look at the maturation. Look how extended the maturation process was for a lot of us. Some people didn't grow up until their late 30s. some people didn't become responsible until their 40s. So no, we're not. Yeah, we listen to it. We're not okay.
These are
And
the
you know,
bars.
and I say that as somebody that kind of still listens to some of this poison that I grew up on. Like I was listening to P Poppin' the other day.
Yeah,
I
and
mean, I like the song. I ain't gonna lie, I like the song, but is it a good song? No. Would I let my children listen to it? No. Do I wish I didn't listen to it? Yeah. But for me to say that it didn't affect me, it I'm sure it did. For instance, every you never see rappers smiling in pictures. So what did we do growing up when we were taking pictures? Me mugging the camera like we were felons.
right,
Every time we go somewhere, we got to look hard and tough.
you
Yeah,
know,
it does have an effect.
juvenile and them. That's who influenced me as a child. And juvenile was big in the big clothes, big in the snapback stuff like that. That's what I wore when I was in high school and in college. Now when I went to the military, I kind of cleaned it up a little bit, and I started being a little bit more thorough in how I dress. But all this scamming song, like you mentioned before, big bro, all it really is just like how the music influenced us to be dredgers, so to speak, like kind of be thuggish and kind of come off with a chip on our shoulder. All this song is doing is encouraging black women to date felons. Like many songs nowadays, it's telling black women of all levels of life. It's telling them that you live your best life dating a felon. You know what I'm saying? And as I mentioned to you before, side chick.
Felons are more exciting.
Yeah, as somebody who grew up with a lot of dudes like that, I mean, a lot of them got kids. All of them I know got kids. What I'm trying to say is this: like, just like you had music back in the day influencing young boys to be the detriments to society you see nowadays, they trying to raise melanated women, black women into felon breeders. I mean, I know it sounds kind of dystopian when I say that, but I mean, come on,
I
man.
don't disagree with you, and I'm gonna tell you one of the things that I think every child has a father. So in these children that are fatherless, children of a dusty ass nigga that ain't doing what he's supposed to do. So I mean, but we don't even that dude gets no shame, no heat in the black none. He gets no heat. The only I mean, nobody really talks about that. Like that guy that doesn't really take care of his kids gets away scot free. And so I do
Hell,
think it's a two-edged, double-edged sword. And I think it takes two. It doesn't take one. And so
I disagree, sir.
I'll drag a black single mom all day and say that you shouldn't be out here having kids out of wedlock all day. But it's a lot of dusty ass niggas out here that don't take care of their kids, that think that they can see their children twice a month. 4 days out of a 30-day month, they see them 4 days out the month, and they good dads. And they send a little $300 check every month.
Yeah,
I don't see why, and that's the thing. And if we don't, and when the heat comes towards fathers that don't do their jobs, it shouldn't be no friction with that. It really shouldn't. Just like it shouldn't be no friction with mothers. I'm not really giving any friction for a single mom that's got her ass in the club and out here on the. I saw a video of a woman playing basketball yesterday, and she had on some panties. Damn near, it was like butt cheeks out, and she got a little 5-year-old son out there trying to play basketball with him. And the woman was talking about the video, narrating the video like this woman, she needs to lose her children. Child Protective Service need to come get this boy, right? So I think it's women like that yeah, she should lose her rights. I would show that video to the judge, and she would lose custody. She should. I don't care how big your ass is. That doesn't skip over your responsibility as a mother to not put your ass cheeks on the internet with your 5-year-old son who's one day gonna have to go to school and folks gonna be seeing his mama's ass on the internet, right? That's immoral. Where's the dad? Because shit, if I see some shit like that, it's a problem. I might catch a case. It's gonna be a problem. And so it's some fuckery in the black community on all fronts. I don't think it's just single moms, although that's all we talk about, but that's not just where the fuckery is. I just think
Absolutely.
that the single fathers, the fathers that ain't shit dads, don't get no damn smoke. They don't. A lot of them don't get smoke.
Absolutely.
It's easy. Look, we can talk about the mom because she there and she in the midst of fucking up, and we can see what she fucking up. You didn't do this, you didn't do that, and I agree. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying he ain't just fucking up. The dad's fucking up.
I'm a man. Sir. I'm a man. No, sir. You not only you correct. I mean, I'm gonna check myself. What I should have included was this song is telling young black men that if you want to get the best quality black women, the most attractive black women, you gotta be a felon. So no, hey, I left that part out. You know what I'm saying? Like I said.
And let me say, I'm sorry to Raining because I was supposed to let her talk and I forgot. Man.
Oh my!
No. She just left. She just left, but I forgot. But go ahead, old dog.
Yeah.
Let me switch devices.
I can't say that all. I can't say that the absent fathers get no smoke at all. I think they do. It may not be the loudest, but they do. You know, for instance, a couple of years ago, I saw a lot of women talking about Happy Father's Day to myself because I'm the only father that my child has ever had, and they were not letting off the necks of their absent baby's father or you know whatever we want to call them.
I thought that was fucked up. I thought that was fucked up that they did that. Just like I thought it's fucked up that Kimora Lee Simmons and had her and her daughters going at Russell Simmons on Father's Day. That was fucked up. Don't take Father's Day to air out your little baggage and try to drag the father. No, I hate shit like that. Don't do that. I think that's wrong. I don't think women should be out here on Father's Day doing that because I don't see too many dudes dragging their mom, and it's some fucked up moms out here too.
Well,
but what I'm saying is I see more friction. And listen, because the mothers are there with the child, they're the ones closest in the midst of the fight, raising the child, trying to do certain things, right? So they're going to get the most friction just by the sheer fact you're the one doing the job. But there is, if a guy's there, if I got a baby by a chick and it ain't there, right? And something's happening, like you see on the news, something happened, the dad never shows up. If a child gets fucked up some kind of way and they talk to the mom, there is no dad. Now, sometimes they do it on purpose. They don't want to talk to the dad. But a lot of times the dad actually just isn't around. It does happen. And I think that is just as detrimental. It's more detrimental, actually, not just as. It's more detrimental. The lack of a father's tutelage to a son is why you got Thundercats and troglodytes in the community. Because the father's supposed to put his foot up his son's ass every time. Let me tell you something. I had the fear of God when it came to my dad. If mom called dad, you do not want that ass whipping because it's gonna be hard and it's gonna be a good 90-second ass whipping. That's a long time for an ass whipping, and it's gonna hurt. That's dad. I didn't want his ass whippings. So if mom said something, I would usually straighten up because I knew, even though my parents got divorced, I knew dad would come. Mom was like, "Come on there and get him." That's what she'll say, and I'm fucked up. It ain't nothing I can do. And so I knew not to cut up like that. You see what I'm saying? And so that's the thing. Hold up. And so that's my problem with it is that it's a double-edged sword.
Well,
someone asked,
"What's the
solution?" Hold on, one of y'all answer it. Someone asked in the chat, "What's the solution?" Because, and I hope that argument is Prayer Souls asked this question. And I hope you're not asking this question respectfully out of, we always talk about black people and all this. I hope that's a genuine question. I'm sure all the brothers have some suggestions for the solution. So go ahead.
I got the solution. Shit, make me the mayor or the president, and I'll start stomping people and putting foots up asses and tying people to poles and whipping them 40 times and bringing back shame. Like this shit, the justice that has to occur has to be on a biblical scale. You know, only something cataclysmic can get people's attention that are so far gone. So, that's the only resolution. Other than that, on the individual level, just turn to God and live a good life, have a lot of children so you can balance this shit out and take care of yourself and be an active member of the body of Christ. Be a father to the fatherless, and don't treat these vulnerable single women as an occasion to get your rocks off. And that's the resolution on the individual scale. But on a mass scale, shit, it's gonna take what Trump did in DC. That's the solution right there. That's the solution. But of course,
but you got to change hearts and minds. I agree with you. I think hearts and minds have to change.
you gotta let these niggas die. You gotta let these niggas die in the wilderness.
I'm talking about young. I'm not talking about no damn grown adult. But what I'm saying is, when you look at it, a man is gonna keep sleeping with men are gonna keep sleeping with single. They're not gonna stop. They're gonna keep, like you said, get your rocks off. They're gonna see it as an opportunity to get some ass. Which in a lot of times condoms break. A lot of times they get pregnant and they have more kids and they perpetuate the same cycle. Right? And they do these things. If you're not serious about this woman, leave her ass alone. If you ain't gonna be with us, stay away from her. But now we're talking about dick control and dick discipline. Now, let me say something. When I talk about black fathers not getting smoked, I'm not talking about the legal system. I'm not talking about all the parental rights, and that system is fucked up and imbalanced. Okay, what I was talking about was just in culture, in society, and where people spend a lot of their vitriol towards. That's what I was talking about.
I understand. I think the whole concept of fatherhood is so rare that people don't even look to give the fathers the smoke, because he don't even exist. He don't exist to give smoke to.
What I don't get, old dog. And by the way, what you said a couple days ago, a couple seconds ago, was beautiful. I gotta re-listen to that. Here's what I don't get. I've said this on this pro show many a times. What is okay when you said, old dog, about did it not affect us? I forget how you said it. And you like, look at how many men don't reach maturation until 32, 35, right? What is this? What is this? I can't even think of the word I would like to use, but what is this fascination with always wanting to be in the in crowd, or whatever is cool, or whatever is this? I mean, usually you grow out of that as a teenager, because real talk, most of your high school friends and middle school friends, you're not going to be friends with them as an adult. I would venture everybody on this panel and in the chat, less than, if you put out your hand and held out a 5, less than probably 3 fingers are from people that you were, and your best friends will be from high school. Okay. Yet, more than any culture, and yes, I'm being critical of my own culture because I'm a part of it. I've never seen how many adults, it's okay to listen to that. Let them get a little sip of that or whatever.
That's what's on the screen. That's what's on the screen, to see Dolores Tucker and how they was hating on that lady. And that's what I was about to play.
Right. I'm gonna catch y'all later. I gotta get to church.
All right,
so
BT.
It's been a long time, man. First time been on your panel in some years. Just want to give you a little update, bro. You gave me some advice a couple years that I've applied to my life, man. I just want to let you know, man. A lot of respect for you. Christ be with you. Look forward to get back in the panel with y'all, man. It's been too long. I miss being over here, but best blessings to y'all. Hope y'all have a blessed rest of the day.
All right, brother. Thank you. God bless you. Have a great day.
Hey, Tice, let me answer you. Let me speak to what you said. All the friends that I have now are the same friends that I had in high school. And there's a correlation there. All of our dads are the same. Like, all of our dads do not play. We all have the same values, all of that, right? So what I'm saying that to say that a father sets their child's identity, especially a son. A boy is going to find his identity in his father. So when you have all these kids that are trying to be cool and with the in crowd, it's because they don't know who they are, because their father either wasn't there or didn't make that imprint on them like they were supposed to.
Dog. I know Sub is gonna say something to this because I was gonna say something, but Sub, this is your show. You answer this because first she said Lady D1 Flow or Lady D Flow 1 or 10, whatever that is. She first said that basically the equivalent of that Very Moist Brothers cover about black men being white supremacists, whatever the blip
Well,
that.
this is the thing, and when it comes to a sister like this, and this is the thing you have to ask yourself. You're not informed. You don't know what you're talking about people like Sam Bank-Friedman or Barry
Right.
Weiss or Mark Zuckerberg becoming billionaires, and so every black person, most white people, and there's a type of name that Zuckerberg is, and if you look at the percentage of that 1% of our population and what percent of them are out of all billionaires, they make up like 40% of them. Miss me with that. You don't understand nothing about how the game works, how money works, how anything works. That's the truth. Now, 17% of people in America are millionaires, though. That's actually something that's obtainable. And I'm setting my son up while you talking to be that. Maybe not by 17, but by 30, he will be. And so it's a double-edged sword. When people talk like they can come and say black men, like they're not, this is the thing. And this is just the truth, man. You got a lot of disgruntled, overweight, middle-aged black women that when they were young, they squandered their youth, right? Y'all see, because I say this about a brother, y'all be all cheering for us. So I'm gonna say it about y'all. It's a lot of y'all upper middle age, you past your prime, and you out here trying to get in these panel discussions and shit on all black men and try to get below our skin and say stuff to piss us off and this and that. Now you got you a little white man or something. You trying to date out your race, just like what's her face, Melissa Ford, right? Melissa Ford's making all these comments about how black men, you need to date out your race, and at the end of the day, no one really cares.
When did hold a second, please let me get in. Please let me get in.
You can get it, but you squandered your youth, and now you're so angry towards black men because now they don't want your ass. And see, that's what it is. You're not wanted. You too lazy to get your ass in the gym and lose the weight, and that's what it is. See what I'm saying? You fat. I guarantee your body fat's over 35%.
She doesn't look like
I'm saying, that type of shit. So, so you come in the comments and you want to try to get your little rocks off at some black men because you see us as that nigga that left you, that fucked you and left you 25 years ago. Wow. That's what I think. I'm just saying. What say you, Tice? What you got?
Wow, Sub. I don't think that the person who said that, from her avatar, she doesn't look like a bad looking woman, but I want to make
probably her lunchroom card from 1997, man. You can't. You see what I'm saying? You can't do that.
This comment here, this is one. Okay, I'm tired of two things. I left a link in your chat. I know you got to play Hezekiah's video here. Also, I think it's of C. Dolores Tucker. And again, we all owe her apology. Shout out to my man Simeon, who basically is killing this chick in the chat.
I never said racism doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's why I want to touch it.
No one says that. We talk about white supremacy. It's not an excuse for you not marrying the mother of your kids. White supremacy is not an excuse for you having a 400 credit score, for you having 4 and 5 baby mamas, for you spending less than 30 minutes a night on your homework, for you going to college and majoring in non-STEM science fields that only pay a fraction of their other counterparts in STEM. That has nothing to do with that. That's on you. That is an individual choice. When you have less intact families, your household income is going to be $48,000 like it is for black folks compared to $65,000 for white folks because we have less married couples. These are just, that data matters. Things like that matter. That's why.
I'm just saying this because I don't even think this person's real making comments like this. Nobody has ever said, not even the most racist undercover white person says racism doesn't exist. So why do people like you, Lady D Flow 10, say
Lady Democrat? Go ahead, I can tell.
Okay. Why do you say these utterly remedial points? You are so, you're just in the chat to just be, to just be a pest at this point. So I'll move on or whatever. By the way, I love that you have Jesse Lee Mazin in it, almost close to Jesse Lee Peterson, but you got some good guests in the chat. I'll let you continue, sub. The Black community has been fatherless since 1950. Okay, now it's time to block this dumb person because you're
hold on.
Now it's look at the chat. Yeah, look at this. Like I said, this person.
Where you get that from? Where'd she get that from?
Who this is a troll. Look.
No. Like, see, you can't just say stupid stuff. you gotta actually be able to back that. 85-90% of our kids was born in wedlock back then in the 50s.
Right. Up until 19.
So you're talking about the 1940s. So you telling me during World War II? Oh my God, where you get that from? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what she's an offshoot of. She's an offshoot of Gloria Steinem. Gloria Steinem wrote that book, Black Macho and the Myth of the Black Superwoman or whatever. It was written by a Jewish woman, right? And see, this is the thing. You think your logic and your ideals are original. They're Jewish thoughts. These are thoughts that you got. Some Jewish person gave. You didn't got this feminism. And see, this is the problem. Feminism is and has destroyed the Black community. That's why. But you think you're pro-Black. You think you're doing something good for Black people. You're encouraging everything you say deters people from formulating families. That's what you don't get. You're actually anti-family. You're a Marxist. You don't even know it. You don't even know it. Nobody had. Well, yeah. You were born when? Where? So your anecdotal situation speaks to the percentage of Black out of wedlock births. You look at the Moynihan report; it was at 25% back then. So what are you talking about? Even then, it was still 75% of our kids were born in wedlock. We're talking the late 60s. So what are you talking about? By the time you were 8. So basically, when you were 8, we were where white people are today. Today, 75% of their kids are born in wedlock. 25% are born in wedlock.
Person is
what are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yo, I'll say this. She said, y'all are the types to say racism doesn't exist. I am. Racism doesn't exist because when they're talking about racism, they're talking about it on a systemic level. They're talking about it codified in law, and that doesn't exist. So yeah, I'm that type. What you gonna do about it?
Oh my God!
I like how you.
Where you get this from? Where are you getting this from? I'm from Alabama. See, you probably ain't from the South. Just about here, all my homeboys had 2-parent house. Everybody, mom and dad came to PTA when I was a kid. I'm from Alabama. We was a little bit behind on y'all. You might be from some other major metropolitan area. Montgomery, Alabama, most everybody I know. My homeboy, I can get him on the phone. His parents, they were together till they died, till the dad died. So I this whole idea of the actual data, the statistics say that we didn't really hit that 50% out of wedlock birth until the 80s. That's when it happened. But you got to understand, it wasn't that the old generation got a divorce. Younger women came out. They saw welfare. We all saw the documentary, an ABC documentary with these young girls. I don't want nobody holding me down. I can make it on my own. You ain't have no trade, no skills, no. You wanted welfare, Section 8, and food stamps. Young girls in that baby boomer generation and some Generation X mothers, single moms, chose to be a single mom, and that's why the numbers spiked. It wasn't that people just got divorces and the dad just left the home. No, you just chose that when you got pregnant not to have a husband. That's what you did. And you got on the government dole. You thought that was a good thing to do back then. That's why the numbers got all out of whack like that. Fathers didn't just leave homes. That's a myth. No, the fathers that were there in the 60s stayed there. It was the ones that became fathers in the 80s. They the ones that wasn't there. They never left because they never were in the home to begin with.
Wow. I'll go. Oh God, I love this. No. Please highlight Wes Randall 8765.
Which one?
Let me read it. and one of you two take this one. Antifa is from two-parent homes. That, by the way, you got to learn sentence structure, Wes Randall. But basically, what he's trying to say is that some members of Antifa are from two-parent homes, and they mostly stay free after attacking federal agents that Black people don't do because their parents are, oh my God, are bipartisan. The 80s was the largest African imports. Do you want this one, or should I take
Man,
it?
that shit all over the place. I mean,
know.
it's everywhere. Like it's to me, this is the thing. If they're from two-parent households, they mostly stay free after attacking federal agents. That's a lot, man. So this is the thing. When you look at Antifa, right? The reason someone joins Antifa, this is how Antifa members are created. You have a two-parent household, probably an evangelical Christian home, right? Your children go to college unsuspecting, thinking that they're just going to get an education. And then they have a college professor who radicalizes them. Sometimes it's a high school teacher. In fact, what's his face? Project Veritas went undercover and caught teachers. That's what they do. They radicalize. So you have to take into account that these school teachers and these professors, college professors, are radicalizing children in college, in education. So by the time a person becomes an Antifa, the fact that they came from a two-parent household really probably has no bearing on it. By the time that child is out there marching and protesting with a mask on and gloves and a helmet, they probably already are out of their parents' homes. And when they go home for Thanksgiving, it's a very interesting conversation. Trust me, I know, because I got a radicalized niece that went out to San Francisco after she graduated college, and she worked for Microsoft. And every time we get in a political conversation, she shuts down because we get at her ass. Me and my brother, when she come home, we get at her, and she gets angry. She starts crying. It gets crazy because she is out there in Seattle with her little liberal friends, and she works with the Microsoft and all that shit. And they think in their little subculture that is all there is to the world, and that people in the South are just literally how she talk. People in the South cling to their Bibles, and they love their guns. Sound like Barack Obama, that type of stuff. And they think that. And she really is ignorant. She thinks that. Completely.
So you're away from your microphone.
Our mouths about she'll tell me what I believe and be completely erroneous. And then when I school her, she glazes over because she can't handle it. She cannot handle the information. It overloads her brain. And she's brilliant. I'm not saying she's stupid. She's brilliant. She's very smart.
Sub, you were your audio was a little bit muffled. I don't know if you were not close to your microphone or not. What you said, I'll even say it more succinctly. This is no different than the person who grows up in the two-parent home, and then they go to college and they become a lesbian and come home with a bunch of tatted sleeves. I don't know why Black people are so, or let me rephrase that. I don't know why some Black people are so offended. Oh, dog, you may have defined this one time before, but are so offended when you talk about two-person homes and parent homes. You all know what we're referring to. You all know we're not talking about the exceptions like Antifa, Mr. Wes Randall, okay? And before, I'm going to address you. You all know that you're just being agitators just for the sake of being agitators. But I want to address one of your follow-up points, Wes. No, address the point. He says, no, address the point. I'm sorry if I'm not as proper as you. Oh, God. And yeah, the 80s and 90s was the largest imports of Africans in history. What you talking about? Black people go to college too. Oh my God. Shout out to Friedman when he says sentence structure is definitely not your strong suit. So, okay, number one, after 1965, there was a large contingent of Mexicans that came into the United States, a large contingent. Quite frankly, if you ask me, I think the border should have been fucking closed in right after World War I. But that's just me personally. But there was a Black woman. What is her name, oh dog? In the 90s, was a congresswoman, was a Democrat. What's her name, oh dog?
See Dolores Tucker.
No. Close.
Oh,
she was congressman. She was Congress. Barbara
Jordan. Barbara Jordan, yeah.
who told y'all black people that this immigration thing is going to mess it up for you. And you all did not listen. And look at what we're dealing with right now. So when you talk about African immigrants and all that, I don't even know what's your point, Wes Randall. You know, I guess you're one of these people who don't have enough stomach to hear criticism of your own. But I ask this, how do you get better? And Nata Jean, I see you. Happy 4th to you, by the way. But Nata Jean, you also didn't say this. You always talk about black people and all this. How else are you going to get better if you can't be critical of your own? Explain that. Show me one successful coach who Dean Smith used to criticize Michael Jordan. Okay? Phil Jackson. Hey, Mike, you got to learn to pass to these guys. These guys are pros. You can't keep taking everything yourself. That's why my beloved Pistons are kicking our ass. But for some reason, we got too sensitive to criticism. Ooh, it makes our feelings hurt. Oh, we know. What about white people? White people aren't thinking about your ass. That's what.
Well, I think something you said is actually problematic because you said how can you get better when you can't criticize your own? And that's the problem right there, because when we talk about who's your own, we're talking about on a national, on a country level, on a nation level, right? When white people got to the point where they couldn't criticize black people or they were racist, I think that's when the problem began. So now we're looking at it from just a small enclave of the country when it's actually a national problem. And black people are a protected group. And I know that's going to trigger a lot of people, but the people that you get pushed back when you criticize, that's a protected group. We talk about white privilege. A lot of black people have dumb nigga privilege to where you can say whatever you want and not get challenged. And if you get challenged, you're going to get castigated, or they're going to castigate the person that challenged you, and they're going to cancel them, and they're going to make them a pariah. So, it's the problem is that black people don't consider themselves Americans, and not all, not most, but a critical mass. Just for all the people out there that are going to get offended by that whole generalization. So yeah.
You want to play the Laura Sucker video now, or is it not appropriate?
I don't know why, but Prayerful Soul asked a question. I'm just answering it. I'm gonna just say it. The black family was more intact under slavery than it is today. We know that much. But let's keep going.
No more. Disrespect for our women. Now won't be no more. Disrespect for our women. 94 won't be no more. Disrespect for our women. 94 won't be no more. Disrespect for our women. 94 won't be no more.
Man, I don't know why you. Hold on, let me say this. Prayerful Soul. Hold on. Prayerful Soul, you keep asking these questions. I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know. There's like you asking stuff that there's no reliable way we can know specifically, but we do know that the black family was more intact. Ain't no, because people were getting married. In fact, there are stories that after 1865, after the Civil War, there are stories of people walking 2 and 3 states over looking for family members. We valued family. That generation that came out of slavery valued family way more than we do. So we don't value family like they did. These people were very Christian, biblical mindset. They just had a traditional family. They did.
I'm gonna give
these people. That's what I'm saying. You're saying some, but you're kind of you pulling shit out your ass, Preffel. So you're not really okay. Not all, but you don't have any definitive data. I just showed you. I went got that from ChatGPT. Like it said, hey, there isn't a reliable statistic for the percentage of enslaved families headed by single mothers before 1865 because no census or plantation-wide records systematically track family structure among enslaved people.
This is
Like, so this
history.
is like this. So we kind of beating a dead horse. I don't like when you ask a question, unless you're trying to make a point about black men, because I don't know if you are or not. But what I'm saying is, whatever point you're trying to make, just get at it. Just say it, because you can't prove something. And I don't like when people just say stuff and just make it. They want to use something to make a point, and it's not based on anything. Like somebody saying that black people were fought. Most black kids were born out of wedlock in the 1940s. That's just bullshit. That's not based on anything. Like I'm like, where did you get that from? Well, because when I was born, we didn't have no fathers, so I know. So everybody didn't, because you didn't. Like that's crazy. Like know what you're talking about. Like go and do some research. Know what you're talking about. Understand that when they put that show Julia on the air, that's the reason that show was met with so much friction. When Diane Carroll played a single mom, black people were upset. Esther Roll, when she was doing Good Times, was upset. We had an immune system back then. Black people understood, I'm not going on TV without a black husband. That's
Think about
me and my family. The black people understood that.
Let me jump in real quick. 227, Marla Gibbs begged for Hal Williams, like, no, I need to have a husband. Sir, what you just described, that's just conjecture that they're saying. That's just conjecture. I know you were playing the video, but Wes said something that has to be addressed and you missed it. It's the comment where he talks, Wes, I'm going to find your comment right about here. Okay, you said Wes says the criticism done every day, like what? Black people got to hold ourselves accountable to some internet Negro. I'm assuming that's you, Sub-Zero. So I'm going to refer to you as that, if you don't mind, internet Negro. Privilege is an Asian hate bill, and we still ain't got one after slavery, Jim Crow, and crime bills. Let
me get that one. So this is the thing, bro. When you talk about Asians, this is what you black people don't get, right? Like you'll sit and you'll scream about tangibles and reparations and shit like that, right? Yet you're children. You don't understand basic stuff. They got, like, I remember they used to have the Schoolhouse Rock. This is a bill on Capitol Hill. Like you gotta understand the rudimentary fundamental foundations of government. Things are done a certain way. You take civics in high school. You already know you need a lobbyist group. You need a think tank. You need a lobbyist group. You need to organize. Need to be able to pay. That's how Israel was able to basically hijack our military. Now they can pretty much do what they want to do without asking anymore, right? Because they stole our military. They did it through lobbyists, AIPAC, and certain things. You see this, you know this. It ain't like I'm saying something that you don't know, right? And so when you see Asians get a bill pushed through, we get upset instead of saying, well, wait a minute, we could do the same thing. I remember Angela Stanton King came up when they was talking about the opportunity zones. She's like, man, a lot of these black millionaires could do the exact same thing. They choose not to. Black people choose not to organize. You choose not to, right? You got Jason Black. You got all these guys out here talking about tangibles or else, right? Black people need to get reparations. Not one of them have organized or talked about trying to do anything. Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about trying to actually do something. He couldn't get none of the black celebrities or anybody. Reggie White, he said, was the only one that would give him money. So I don't want to hear about Asian hate bill, because yes, people are going to get shit pushed through. Gay people going to get stuff pushed through. Asians going to get stuff pushed through. Hispanics are going to get stuff pushed through. You not, because you can't, or you don't have enough, dare I say, political brain power to look and see that politics is like a taxi, and the guy that gets in the taxi with the money to pay the taxi driver, that's where the taxi's going. You don't know, you don't organize, you don't do that. So whose fault is that? You sitting around whining about you want reparations. You want reparations, you got to start by getting in on making campaign contributions to both Republicans and Democrats. You got to start saying, I have a voting block. This is how stuff, if you want to. I don't even believe in this system, to be honest with you. I don't. I've given up believing that the political system is fair or anything like that. I don't. I see that, right? So I'm kind of moving away from this. But if you're gonna try to get in the system, that's how it moves. And if you don't understand that, then whose fault is that? That's not my fault.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This has to be another troll. But I do appreciate the fact that you have your American flag there. So his next comment is, "Oh, so let me guess, you the Negroes who smarter than MLK." Yup. That show is. But I'm gonna speak on this one. Massa said, something you gotta highlight this one, man. Yeah, Massa said no to our check. Do you understand numbers or are you an immigrant? I am. My family generation goes back 6 generations. We were able to trace up to slavery. So I got blood and soil here, just like them crackers, as y'all say, when they say their little chants. But let me get back to what you just said or whatever. Why don't black Republicans demand anything from their party? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Nata Jean there or whatever. I guess you think people are just willful participants. Byron Daniels has pushed many more bills than your what's the ratchet or the fake ratchet chick whose name I forget who got primaried out.
Crockett.
Crockett, thank you. You know, has pushed many more bills than all these other people. So you need to stop with that nonsense. Now, you said something about oh no, oh let me guess. Oh, the reason why I say I'm smarter than I'll say it. The reason I'm smarter than MLK is number one, I didn't get corrupted by these damn communists and try to push socialism on black people. I had enough initiative to train myself in a highly lucrative field or what have you, and didn't care that I was the only black person to do that. So, yes, I am smarter than MLK, who ended up doing nothing. Let me repeat this, nothing but driving black people into a wall and later regretting it, to whereas he was drinking and smoking so much weed, he said that he's led his people into a fire. You better do your damn research. You think we're just talking shit up here? We are very knowledgeable, well-researched black men here. So you better come with a better argument. Now,
yeah, we drag King every January, so on this channel. So I mean, I drag him annually. I don't look at King as a hero to black people. I mean, the dude, he screwed black people over. I mean, he did.
Yes.
I don't see where this guy's a hero. I don't think he should be celebrated. I don't.
I agree with
if you wanna say smarter than him, and then you can't name the other guy. What's the preacher that really everybody was rocking with?
Joseph Jackson.
Joseph H. Jackson. Yeah. If you don't know who that is, but you want to talk about King like he's some, people always try to lay claim to King like he's some higher moral ground or something. But
hold on a second. It's 2 great comments. One, I agree with Charcoal Cowboy. He says MLK never got corrupted. That nigga was raised to be that way. And as funny as that is very true when you look at his father. But yeah. O-Dog follows it up saying King smoked so much he had iodine poisoning. I'm sorry. I'm dead.
I'm gonna say this. I don't think money and wealth is a solution. I'm gonna tell you why. I think you got to start in the heart first, man. And this is the thing that we think is white supremacy. Like if I tell you, hey man, let's go to church, you think that means go to church and let a man make a fool out of you and take your money and ride a Cadillac. That's what they think. When I say go to church or get those traditional family biblical values, we listen to people like David Banner that thinks that means white supremacy. See, that's what they've done, the answer and the solution, going back to traditional family values and biblical values, is demonized as white supremacy. And now it's called respectability politics. It's called, so a guy like Joseph H. Jackson would be considered a coon.
They have no idea.
If you go back and listen to his sermons, you go and listen to what this man was on, you start realizing today's coon or back then would be a guy that most black people were actually listening to. In fact, shout out to Chuck, because I'm gonna have Chuck on here tonight. Chuck was telling me, or last time he was on here last week, and I know he's gonna have a lot to say this time, but when he was on here last time, he talked about how communists in the Comintern in the early 1920s were panicking You know why they were panicking? Because they said black people are starting to really believe that they're Americans. He said they actually said that, and that's a problem. We got to stop that.
No. You ain't gonna get. You said something stupid. You ain't gonna say nothing this stupid again, Nata Jean, and not get scolded here. First of all, you said you didn't live during the.
I want. How did the church keep black people ignorant? I want that. Nata Jean, you gotta tell me that one. I gotta hear that one. How did they keep them ignorant?
Let me address the previous.
Now they don't. Now it's coming out. Now we know why you so doggone liberal and Democrat.
Exactly.
Because now we starting to see your heart. Your heart is coming out in your comments. So I want you to tell me why the church keeps people ignorant.
Okay, and let me say this. This is gonna be.
Let me say one more thing. Will you niggas stop saying just because you from the South, you understand biblical Christianity and understand hermeneutics and everything? No, you don't. Just because you took your ass to church and sung in the choir does not make you a Bible scholar, nigga.
Right? Damn,
niggas kill me with that. David Bell, all these niggas from the South. I went to church, so I know everything. No, you don't. You ignorant. You ignorant. You don't understand nothing. You don't. You think you do because you sung in the choir and your grandma made you go when you was little. So now you are the authority on the church. Stop it.
Right. Hold a second. I'm gonna lighten it up a tad bit, but this is gonna be. I'm gonna slam this dunk this Nata Jean comment like Shaq in Orlando when he was lean and just killing things, right? Nata Jean says, you didn't live during the time of kings, so you have no idea. And you weren't a slave, but you complain about it all the time. Game over on that. But for the record though, Nata Jean, my mother did, and my older brother did, and I have family in the South that did, and they were still orderly people who would still shoot your ass if you cross the line. See, that's the problem that we have in people like Wes here. And I'm sure, O-Dog, you've spoken on this before. Y'all think that black people who have some form of what you would call respectability politics, or as you say, so proper, y'all think they punks.
Where did the church tell black people there were some things they weren't supposed to know and told us Jesus told us our mansion is in heaven, though.
Oh my God.
That's what. So you saying, Nata Jean, now let me tell you something, Nata Jean. I usually let you stay on here. You about to get banned from my channel. Coming like you cannot come over here. Like when you speak, you got to know what you're talking about. Okay? And store up your mansions in heaven. Those were the exact words of Jesus. What you talking about? So you got to know what you're talking about. They told us there were things we can't know. See, this is what I'm saying. Black people, this is the problem. This is why Nata Jean's a Marxist. I understand you full well now, Nata Jean. This is why Nata Jean votes like she does. Her worldview, she thinks like she does about the South. She's completely ignorant. She's moved to California and she thinks she believes all the little platitudes and colloquialisms that they place about people from the South. They're dumb, they're stupid, they're this, they're that. And you don't know a damn thing. You don't know. I can tell you don't know what's in the Bible because you wouldn't have said nothing that stupid. Number one, that's in the Gospels. So you got you lack a basic reading of the Gospels. Number one, right? Number two, saying that there's some things you shouldn't know. Show me where somebody done told us we shouldn't know something. That ain't what Booker T was on. I went to Tuskegee. I got my boy Friedman in the comments. That's his avatar. That's the avatar of my channel. That's the lifting the veil of ignorance statue. That's the avatar of my channel. So I know that ain't what Booker T was talking about. So where you get that from? Because that's not what anybody in the church was saying. It was the complete opposite. In fact, let me read it to you. I'm gonna read to you the words that he said. We will glorify in proportion as we learn to dignify and glorify labor and put brain and skill into the common occupations of life. So what are you talking about? You come in my comments and you say this stuff, and listen, it ain't that personal, but that's what I'm saying. Like, don't come up here with no stupidity, man. Demonize. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these people demonize the church, and they see this the thing. They've convinced you that that's white supremacy. It's white supremacy. The church keep you ignorant, and you just said some shit that don't make no sense. You're ignorant. You haven't read the Bible, but you noticed earlier she said she's from the South. She's an authority. Then she turns around and get something straight up out the Gospels and said that it's ignorant and it's wrong. Ignorant. You don't know what you're talking about. And that's what a lot of these niggas that be out here trying to talk about, like they are authority on the church and what the church believes and believers need to start checking these jokers because they out here making a mess in our society. Ain't nobody telling ain't nobody sitting out here telling black folks to bow down to white folks. Ain't nobody sitting out here telling black folks to let white folks make a fool out of them. That is not. And if you really know a lot about church history, you'll already know that that's not what they was on. And so just stop it, man. Ignorant.
I posted a link.
You got to go, bro. You got to go, fam. Goodbye.
You talk about Tang,
the one that said F the church. Goodbye. You go.
Yeah, I'm glad you just put that tolerance thing in.
I'm not. He's banned forever. Like that's what I'm saying. That's a lack of respect. You wouldn't go on a Muslim's channel and say F Allah. You wouldn't do that.
On that note,
why would you come on my channel knowing what I'm on and do that? That's disrespectful.
Hold on. I'm glad you say that. Let me help you out on that point. By the way, I put a link to this free book, Color, Communism, and Common Sense, for all you MLK fans. And you will see, while it's not about MLK, you'll see the tactics that were used. Now, I doubt that you would take this free book because you guys are allergic to reading, of course. I'm talking about you guys who take these Marxian ideas acting like they're your own. But you can't say that I'm not trying to help you there. Now, Sub, to your point, I have a strong dislike for Drewski, right? Although I do think he highlights certain things. Now I didn't watch the EBT awards last week, right? Or I'm sorry, BET awards, my bad. I didn't watch them, but of course I saw the fallout. And the problem I had with him mocking the church, which in some aspects, not all, deserves the mocking, the portion that he was. You will never see a black person do that to any. You will never see them mimic an imam. They will never mock a rabbi. They will never mock even a Catholic priest. Hold on, I'll tell you why I posted that video in a second. But we have no problem in mocking and doing this. And I believe to this day, and I believe O-Dog said this, I believe the Carmelo Anthony thing, I believe these are occultic actions and part of rituals that people are taking a part in. That's just my belief. Let's pivot for a second. I do dislike Drew. What Drewski do to you, bro? Come on. He's an ignorant. He's a completely, like he said, he lived with his mother until adulthood, and then somehow he got plucked out by them Jews. Yes, I'm saying it or whatever. And he does everything in a way to ridicule Black culture in such an ignorant way. And I find it extremely ignorant and not beneficial. And Sub, click any one of these videos here.
Well, I'm gonna click it, but I'm gonna tell you why I'm rocking with you, Tice. And this is the thing.
Go ahead.
Drewski's gonna bash the church, but not. Come on, I bet you there's one he would never do. He'll go around and dress like a white person.
He won't do a rabbi. He ain't gonna do
that's what I was about to say. Drewski, and you know what? There's a guy on TikTok that does like, he goes and gets he does like these little pyramids, and he shows what group, Julian Grange. He shows all the little shit and all the people that pull the strings for these people. Right. All these little internet famous people that we see, and I hate to say it because I actually like the silly one, the one that be racing people. I forget his name, but
ISO Speed.
Yeah, I like ISO Speed. He's funny. I like him, but he doesn't really attack people's faith as much. That thing about the church and joking. This is the thing I say to people. It's true about the black church. There's a lot of things that you see with a lot of. When I say black church, I mean a lot of churches where they're mostly black. Right. One of the problems that I have with that though is, although there are some truths to it, it also is speaking. People don't see that and think, well, that's not all. People see that and think that's the church, period. They think that about all Christians. And so this is what I mean about white supremacy. When he makes that joke, that reinforces that idea that it's white supremacy. Because all he's saying is, look, this is what it is. This is why you shouldn't go. That's basically what he's doing. This is why you shouldn't go to church. So when I get up here and I talk about traditional family values and morals and biblical values, This is why it's like pulling teeth, because it's lame. It's considered white supremacy. They've made it synonymous with white supremacy. I'm weak now. If I read my Bible, I'm a weak person. I'm a sucker. I'm a man that I'm gonna let the white man come and take from me and make a fool out of me and do stuff to me, because that's why our ancestors. And let me say this too: our ancestors were slaves. Let's go there for a second, right? This is by far the dumbest and most ignorant thing you can do, is to say that they gave our ancestors slavery and that's what made them. I mean, gave them the Bible and that's what made them weak. Let me explain something to you, man. I'm gonna give you the Bible. I'm gonna take you from your country, strip you, put you in a country, give you a Bible, and you think that that's enough? You think these people didn't have desires, dreams, passions, anger? They didn't have feelings and emotions just like you? You really demonize, or should I say, you I don't even know if you make our ancestors sound dumb and slow. And it's just, for me, it pisses me off, because for me, our ancestors weren't dumb, stupid people and slow, even if they couldn't read. And so you think just because somebody quote a Bible verse, that's enough for somebody out there getting their ass whooped every day? That's why they had 250 slave rebellions. 250. So we got to stop with this. Like, it's to me, it's a lot more complex. And right now what we do is we go back and just sum it up and say, you shouldn't do this because they use that to make a fool out of us. That's really stupid. That's really dumb, because that's not what happened. That's really not, right? Even with Nat Turner, when you look at the official story of what he did and how he moved, they ain't make a fool out of him. He knew what time it was. That's why he did what he did. So but we demonize the church so much, and I have to say this, I get tired of it. I get sick of it. I'm always defending the church, and I know I get met with all types of, oh, nigga, that's white supremacy, that's this, that's that. And my thing is, at the end of the day, the longer, the more, that's why I hated that Hotel House of Consciousness popularization around 2012. What it did was it pushed a lot of black people over in that mindset, and we hadn't recovered. And it's just pushed. It's basically exacerbated and poured gas on the fire of destruction. That's all it did. It just sped up the destruction. Because now, if I come to you and say, "Hey, man, you shouldn't be doing that. That's wrong. That's sinful." Da, da, da. Oh man, who told you that? That's the white man. What's his name? Nick Cannon. That's a European way of thinking, to tell a man to marry the mother of his kids, and marriage is a European idea. So you telling me the intact family structure is a European idea?
Even if it is, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with European?
It worked.
I mean, shit.
They gave us Western civilization.
Exactly. I mean,
hold on a second. Oh, dog. Let me. I didn't mean to. I know Freeman hasn't spoke either, but Sub, and before you play this video, everything ties into one of these things, and you can pick any one of them. Let me get my thoughts here. What I'm saying is that the reason why you hear dumb comments like what Ant said to me about Drewski, it's like when I talk about the most serious issue is the literacy issue, it's not just being able to read. It's about understanding nuance, understanding that it's not all. You don't have to constantly say this. And this is what is sorely lacking in the community, that it's not just black and white or anything like that. And we can't even think. So there's problems in some aspects of the church, and now it's a blanket applied to every single church, which is complete nonsense. Which the reason the communists attacked the church, because it was the place that they know that they had to break to get through to black people. And I hate to say it, they've been successful at it. Now it's okay. And one more thing about the Drewski thing. It's okay for black people to criticize, what he didn't have a father. Like somebody got mad at me when I pointed out in the NBA draft, they're finally showcasing fathers again. But I've long said that basketball is a country club sport at this point, or whatever. Many people will disagree with that. So be it. Everything that's right, we have to be flipped and say it's wrong. If you don't mind, pick any one of them. And it's not even all black people. Pick any one of these shorts, and you're gonna see how bad it is. Pick any one of them.
Hey, y'all. Hey, I got it. Hey, right quick.
From a series of controversial public declarations.
Yo, right quick, I gotta go worship the white man. So I'll holler at y'all.
All right, that's what's up. Good.
All right, man. Take care.
Yeah.
Control versus I don't know, public declaration. Control versus declaration. I think I said that.
No, read the index card.
His entrepreneurial
ambitions necessitated
necessitated
substantial personal sacrifices. Necessitated.
Read the index card.
Substantial personal sacrifice. Veterinarian.
Vegetarian.
Is this not a vegetarian?
Read the index card.
Identified an unusual aggressive person.
Vegetarian.
Extraordinary, I know that word, vulnerability, and emotional accountability. Yo, I dropped out.
At least you tried it, man.
Yeah.
Either way, it's pathetic.
Read the index card.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Interpretal ambitions necessitated substantial personal sacrifices.
Interesting.
The index card.
Their reconciliation required extraordinary, arbitrary,
What the fuck?
emotional accountability.
Read the index card.
The remarkability.
This is scary, bro. When these are good, these are gonna be people that's injecting people with chemicals. These are people that's driving trucks, operating heavy equipment. These are gonna be people that's think about it, these are gonna be people that's out here. Like, are they gonna read the traffic signs? Are they gonna, you know what I'm saying? That's dangerous, bro.
For a second, Friedman, come back up. But apparently a stage, according to Lady D Flow. And this is
I'm about to break something, bro. This sentence all up.
Unusual aggressive, parasitic, unusual aggressive, parasitic.
Parasitic, baby, parasitic, bro. Parasitic. The veterinarian identified an unusually aggressive parasitic infestation. Parasitic, my love. Parasitic.
I ain't trying to be funny, man. Like, I got my 10-year-old son. He gets up here and he struggles with some of the words, and some of them do be kind of, but he 10. But he reading at like a 8th grade level last we checked, and he'll run through a lot of these videos. I think there was one we had to help him on, but most of the time he'll just read it.
Your son is 10, sir.
10. And I'm like, he reading better than I did at his age. I was not the best reader at his age, but Lord have mercy. Like these kids, these are like 18, 19-year-olds and can't read.
I would say even older. And you notice it wasn't just black people, because we only talk about
no. It's a bunch of white folks doing it too. And see, this is the thing that I hate about our culture, America, more than anything, is that the politicians have outright given up on the people.
Right.
I believe that they have given up on educating and creating a strong middle class, strong people that are educated, that know what they're doing. Not like how, if you go read a note, like a 8th grade, I think, what was it? 8th grade. People would go just to middle school back in years ago. High school was considered like how we look at college. So people go up to like the 8th grade. A lot of them go to the 6th grade. And I saw a note card or a book or something that they would give 6th graders. And good Lord, it was like what we would consider 12th grade today. I mean, they were just going through it. I was like, man, this is.
But you see,
6th graders.
Many people look at me posting this video for you to showcase, and like someone say, that's fixed. One second. How can you talk about anyone? The politicians are not your baby daddy. Maybe she's referring to someone else in the chat. I'll leave that aside. Here's my point. Like I said, the reason why we have problem even explaining these concepts we do, because it does take some understanding of certain, there's some prerequisites that come with it. Many people don't have, this is why satire doesn't work that well anymore, because people take it literally. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'll even use a simple topic. This is why Saturday Night Live has sucked for the last 20 plus years or whatever, because they've had to dumb down their comedy to an audience that doesn't get it, or that
or they're too damn sensitive. Like In Living Color would be ran off the air today.
Exactly. What does Freeman say, bro? I remember a 60 Minutes in the 80s that showed black kids graduating from high school completely illiterate, can't read a stop sign, illiterate. And this is another thing. You'll often see people in politics, or you'll see this in your social media. In Detroit, they graduated with a 90% rate, not ever mentioning that they've made the requirements so gosh darn low that a dog, you could literally train a dog to be able to walk the graduation aisle. And what they're doing is they're just passing them along because a dumb, uninformed, one-sided person that doesn't read their opposite, what I would call their opposition things, you can't demand anything. You think, like you said, these people are going to be operating a machinery? Probably, hopefully not. But these people can't command a higher salary. What are they going to demand? You can't even read basic. And by the way, those words, when you think about how you learn how to read.
But this is the same people talking about they deserve a livable wage.
Right. Which is a communist.
Think about livable wage. Certain people can read, certain people can't. The guy that can read is probably in justly should be able to out earn. Because guess what? Let me tell you what's really funny about this. Every one of these people have enough, they understand enough phonetics to try to sound it out. They're just not slowing down and trying to look at it. Because I'll be honest, I'll give them a little credit. Most of them can see the letters and they're like, okay, if you just slow down, it might take you 3 minutes. Because that's what I had to learn when I was younger. Like I would stumble through words. A lot of times, slow your ass down. Now, when I read, I just know because the word is in my lexicon, so I understand the word. Pronounce it. It's not like the architectural preservation project required meticulous. I didn't sit there and look at every letter of meticulous. I just knew that that's what it was when I saw it.
Well, my mother, who wasn't a scholar by any stretch, so miss me with this sort of thing, had me in a speed reading program to whereas when I see words, I see them like you see numbers. We don't have to read out a long number to be able to recognize it. And this is a skill anyone can develop. You develop it by reading. But I would like to address another from the peanut gallery here. Why, Lady D-Flow says, why are you the only group of men who degrade your own community? Well, Lady D-Flow, we're not. White people don't even acknowledge they're downtrodden. Okay? Am I right, Sub?
Yeah. And let's be honest, hold on, you got a whole segment of the red pill community because when you say red pill, that's really mostly white. Right. So when we talk about the role of Tomasi, I mean, they sit and they talk about their community. They're not just talking about women. They're talking about their society. You got people like Myron Gaines that, sits around and talk. He doesn't really address just the black community. It's just that in the circles that you travel in, oftentimes you assume that you're only seeing black men do this. It's men. Men are, I just watched a video of a white guy saying that women are destroying our society. They support gay marriage, they support abortion, they support open borders. They are destroying America. So white dude, he wasn't talking about black women. He was talking about women in general. He's saying they're destroying Western civilization, and if we don't do something, they will destroy us. I agree with him. I thought I sent the video to O-Dog, but I didn't. But that's what I'm saying. These are the types of things you see historically happening in America. And so it's people are all over calling out stuff and calling out the same things we are. You see it in Hispanic communities. If you go and watch, I was watching a video, I forget this guy's name. He's from Latin America.
George Lopez?
No. So it was these guys, it was some guys that's trying to it was some passport bros, right? They had a panel discussion. And one of these guys from Latin America got on there. I forget what country he's from. And he kept that shit on. He kept it funky. He was talking about Brazil. I think he's Brazilian. He was just telling you how fucked up Brazil is. He's like, man, these women down here, they this, they that. It's just this. That's why we don't have. That's why we have high out of wedlock births. We have high this, high that, because culturally we this, we that. They talking about the same thing. People, listen. This is the thing, man, and this is just the truth. People are dealing with this shit everywhere. It's not just, we talk about it in America, but if you go to Korea, their gender war is cold. Like their gender war, they cutting women to pieces. Like there was a dude that just cut a woman to pieces on the train over there. Like this gender war stuff and this stuff, there is social engineering happening, and you got people that have come into these societies and cultures, and they have planted certain ideologies and themes to stop people from having families and marriage. These are things that are being done, and we got to be smart enough to understand these things and identify it and see it for what it is. And so your Willie Lynch chip in your mind, Lady D, is telling you to come up here and insult and try to throw jabs at black men. You have no choice, because you think I gotta attack black men. I gotta attack black men. Well, I'm telling black men to go back to traditional family values. I'm telling black men to marry the mother of their kids. I'm telling black men to have to hold to a standard where they can be held accountable to biblical values. And you are name calling and insulting us for doing it.
We've had content here, even though she probably have never seen, where we've literally walked through, what is it? Is it called the success quotient or the success? Basically, what is it? Finish high school, marry before you carry, marry before you carry, and don't get in trouble. And you
it's stay out of the penal system.
Yeah,
don't get married. Don't have kids until you're married.
Right.
Get a trade or a skill and graduate high school.
Hold on, I haven't talked to Hood Conservative in about Hood Conservative. You got to take the link. You got to take the link, because Hood Conservative is like.
Well, I'm about to head out in about 5 minutes, but go ahead if you want to.
No, but Hood
Conservative. Me and Chuck gonna be back later today, so y'all just so y'all know.
Yeah, I'll definitely be in the audience or whatever. But no, I wanted to say this, and this is where me and Hood Conservative may differ. And Hood Conservative is my guy, and this goes back to Lady D Flows. Lady D Flow, the reason I talk about it is because I actually still care about black people. I know that sounds hard to believe, as critical as I come off. And what I try to do is to present a different side. You don't have to be a ratchet ass person. You don't have to be a leftist, pandering, rainbow flag wearing individual or carrying individual. You can be black, have opinions, thrive in this society. You don't have to be some counterculture asshole that's using the white man's social media to propagate your bullshit. And I'm not saying I have all the answers. I don't, but I have some, having lived past a half century has given me a lot of wisdom. I've lived a pretty good life. I've had some challenges and I've overcome them just like anyone else, and I just don't get how this goes back to the hating on the 4th of July yesterday, talking about Juneteenth is my 4th of July, not the 4th of July. Shut your dumb black ass up. If you weren't in Texas.
Come on, man. Come on. 12 years ago, niggas didn't even know what Juneteenth was.
That's what I'm trying to say. I said, if you weren't in Texas or in the Midwest, you didn't even know of Juneteenth's existence, but this is how they pander to you. This is why Joe Biden can get on the screen and say, I gave y'all Juneteenth. That was his exact words, was it not? I
didn't know he said that.
Yeah, he said, I gave y'all Juneteenth. Basically, I gave them a holiday. Black people, upstanding black people don't want handouts. We want the opportunity to continue to strive unimpeded, just like everyone else. And we have that. Now, does that mean that there's no racism and all this or whatever? Absolutely not. Okay, absolutely not. But you have, unlike the slaves and the people back then that y'all love to say, I wasn't there then. Like, using a sports example, well, I wasn't there to see Wilter Bill Russell, so they don't mean nothing to me. You also weren't there as a slave. You also weren't there when they were bringing in communism full toed. You weren't there with them idiot Black Panthers who just, most of them just wanted the jacket. Yes, I've talked to elders who said this. So why do you all use that cloak? You have nothing impeding you to this day to get wherever you want, and you don't take that opportunity. That's what pisses me off completely. I get the conservatives, but why is he using so many white talking points? Define a white talking point, Marty Marr, please.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get what a white talking point is. I'm just talking, man. I'm just shit. What's a white talking point? And my thing is, this is the thing with Black folks, right? If you say something and a white person says it, then it's a white talking point. It's not that you arrived at this conclusion, right? It's a white talking point. Like, for example, a Pan-Africanist will say, "I believe in socialism." If what is it? What's it? Kwame Ture or Stokely Carmichael was like, if they believe in capitalism, then we believe in. If they believe in capitalism, then we believe in socialism. And you can't do what your enemy says, right? That's how he talked, right? He said, if your enemy believes in capitalism, then the smart thing to do is know if the enemy believes in capitalism because it's the best system, I'm gonna believe in capitalism too. Or if someone believes in riding a car, you shouldn't say I'm gonna ride a horse and buggy, because they riding a car. Well, no, they riding a car because that's the best thing to do, and I'm gonna take that vehicle and I'm gonna move with the same mindset that they have in that I'm gonna ride a car. So with Black people, we think that's a smart thing to say, that you're using their talking points. But to me, I don't think about talking points. What I said, name one thing I said that doesn't make sense. It's like, well, man, you shouldn't say that because what? Like if I say, hey man, pull your pants up, comb your hair, speak proper English, don't wear your hair on your head all naughty looking like a thug, right? Keep yourself clean cut, right? They'll call that respectability politics, and that's a white talking point. That's not respectability politics. That's just common sense.
But if you're a real Black American, you have passed down oral traditions, and don't ignore that it's still people alive from Black codes like Tulsa survivors. Oh my God, you don't know shit. Fuck it. I'm gonna talk to you.
No. Because see, this is real nuance right here. Wes Randall, I actually believe in reparations. I actually do believe that there were land grabs. I know people who lost 400 acres, had their land, they had to run out of town, and they moved to Ohio with the clothes on their back, had to run in the middle of the night, and they lost 400 acres of like damn near, a lot of it is beachfront property in Charleston, South Carolina. That was land that they had. So when you say that there were land, I'm a fair guy. Facts is facts. See, you bring some factual information.
They don't recognize nuance, though.
Yeah, so it's like, that there were things that were done historically that were wrong, and people, that wealth is still around and got done. If your granddad, if me and you are running a grocery store, like the People's Grocery in Memphis, that grocery store that was ran by the People's Grocery in Memphis, and then a white guy who owned the grocery store, he wasn't making as much money. He got jealous, came out there with a shotgun. He had words. They exchanged fire. They came and grabbed the guy that owned the store, one of the owners, the Black guy, put him in prison. A mob got outside. They took him out, dragged him, burned him, cut his penis off, all that grimy stuff, right? That's wrong, bro. What you think? You think I'm finna sit up here and be like, well, there's nothing wrong with it? No, that shit wasn't right. That was not right. And so just like that beachfront property that they gave them folks in California when they used whatever they did to take them folks beachfront property from them, they just gave it back to the family. I'm cool with that. But I do think this is the thing. I don't think Black people should be moving through our society worried about getting some type of reparation. You don't need it. All you got to do I think it's warranted? Yes. But all you got to do is, like my homeboy was just telling me yesterday, man, dude, somebody, he made $100,000 doing HVAC last month right here in Atlanta.
Yeah,
$100,000.
That's unreal. But that sounds like, well, he's an exception. This whole point about, like I said, these people, these rabble rousers in the chat, you don't understand nuance. You look at everything, it's not even worth it. Saying, it's not even at times worth it. And this is what frustrates
I'm
me.
from Montgomery. My mama and all the black Democrats, everybody in Montgomery voted for Governor Wallace until 1991, till he died. Governor Wallace, black people supported him hook, line, and sinker. So although you may say George Wallace was racist and segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever, that guy, that's the guy that black people supported. And you'll see that in just about every southern state that black people voted these people in. And it didn't switch until the late 90s, until the late 80s and 90s. Some of them went all the way up to like 95, 96 before they became red states. These were all blue states. It wasn't this so-called Southern strategy that everybody liked to say. That wasn't what changed it. What changed it was the Bible Belt and the cultural things as time went on changed. The base of the Democrat Party changed, and they saw it, and that's what ran them people out.
Can you highlight Friedman's last comment?
Yeah.
One thing that has been consistent, I can only think of one guy, and that dude was lying through his teeth or whatever, that has taken the link to explain themselves. Y'all do this from the chat. Most guys cut y'all off, as they should. We will entertain it because it keeps the discussion going. Like Wes Randall said some shit about Tulsa. Wes Randall, number one. This is what I hate about.
Go ahead and give him go Solomon Jones. Go ahead. Go ahead with it.
You knew where I was going to. Y'all, when y'all say white supremacy, y'all may as well just go into the female aisles and buy the female products and all that, and the dishes and all this, because it makes you sound so weak as men when you say this, as if you have no power. If you know anything about the Tulsa riots, you'll know that not only did the black people fight back, y'all love to say they just burned it down like we just sat there in the fetal position. Shout out to you, Simeon Toko, who said,
I got it on the screen. This is after the riot. It's like 6 years after the riots.
But
they rebuilt Tulsa, man. Tulsa was rebuilt.
They rebuilt it. So what you got to say to that? And you know what killed it? It was integration. You know what y'all boy MLK advocated for, with them buying houses. I do like the fact that Wes Randall did talk about the SPLC, right? Those, the groups like that, they would literally buy houses. Sub, you know this. They would buy houses and blow them up.
Yep.
Basically to say, see, look at what they did, or put a black family in and then deliberately blow it up. And these are Marxist tactics. And these Marxist tactics have been used to this day. That has gotten you what is the word when you've been brainwashed? I can't radicalized. Thank you. That's gotten you radicalized to whereas people like the Nata Jeans will come and say the church is garbage and all of this, or I went to an HBCU, I know. And you're in California right now, the most corrupt system there is, and you don't have a peep to say, Nata Jeans. So please spare us.
But not just that though, Tice. You got to also understand, Tulsa is not. Black people think when you say Black Wall Street, they think it's just Tulsa.
Right.
You got Black Wall Streets all over America. I did a video. I went through like 60 of them where black people have like thriving areas that were built black. Like they were built brand new by black people. We're not talking about white people moved out and then black people moved in. They were built by black people with black hands, black labor. And these were nice, antebellum style, black home, beautiful neighborhoods, well manicured. Black doctors, lawyers, black bourgeoisie, black people, successful neighborhoods, right? These black people, their dollars circulated, they had intact families. The church was the center of the community. It was the moral center of the community. These people had all that, right? And then we sit up here and we just talk about Tulsa and that fat chick that we built our wealth and you took it from us. Remember that fat chick during 2020? The video, we don't own anything. That chick about the social contracts and all that shit. Well, she don't know what she's talking about.
Not only does she
You
not know
got
what she's
name
about,
them: Auburn Avenue, Haytide. That's just two.
not only do we know what she's talking, not know what she's talking about, we're going to see, if we're not already, that the whole 2020 was basically manufactured. Fauci's right now, and that's another thing. I rarely hear
Nobody
black.
said they shouldn't be trying to get no damn compensation, man. Did you say that, Tice? Did you say that those people that got their stuff took and got that did lose things unjustly, do you think that those people should be righted?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
If we got to give Holocaust survivors money and we ain't do nothing to them, come on, man.
But where Sub and I differ on the reparations thing is I don't think we differ, to be honest with you. I'm saying this because Wes, sometimes you just make just these comments. I believe reparations could potentially be, and by the way, Sub and I do agree, it's not based on slavery. It will be based off of the black codes or Jim Crow or what have you. Okay. That would be one.
Jim Crow, let me tell you something. I do think that there were some reverberating effects of certain things that were done. That, like, if you come, like, I got a son, right? If you come and kick me out on the street and I'm homeless and we sleeping under a bridge, right? And then I come back, you come back 20 years from now, and I got a house. My son has, he's straight. He got his own family. He living. He doing well for himself. You can't be like, well, yeah, I don't owe you nothing. You good. Look at you. That's what people are doing. And I'm like, no, well, you still harm that person by doing what you did, and it had an effect that it probably wouldn't have. Let's be honest. What was done actually gave the Comintern in the communist room. If we really want to be a buck about it, that's where they got their room from. That's why, because they were being mistreated. And so because they were being mistreated, they saw it as an opening. Now, where I think the problem is they were matriculating, and had they been left alone and had the communists not come in, where would we be today? We wouldn't even be like we are today. We'd probably be the wealthiest. We'll be competing with Asians, man. We would. Understand, a lot of the laziness in our culture and our society comes from believing that racism is holding us back. If you believe that systemic oppression is holding you back, this is why a lot of black people don't give effort. They don't try, because they think that the system is designed for them to fail. So even when I do try, I'm not going to win, which is bullshit. So that wouldn't exist. That whole ideology wouldn't even exist. And the communists wouldn't have been able to infiltrate. And black people today would probably be comparable to Asians, man. And we can look and see what they doing. They putting foot to ass.
So, Sub, apparently I'm a fake intellectual and I've hijacked your show. And it's because this particular person, I've shut down their points. Wes says to the host, he appreciates your challenges, but don't let fake intellectuals hijack your show. So, Sub, you're basically just a doormat, and I can just come up here and say whatever the F I want, right? And you ain't shit. You
ain't even, bro. You shouldn't even address that.
You a bitch ass nigga, Sub. That just let me.
Wait a minute, nigga. You adding something to it now,
right? Because this is how they think. No, this is how they think, and what they do. They know that that's not the case. But they are great derailers. Think about it. How many times are you in a debate? Think about when you used to go to the barbershop, God forbid, right? And you used to get into those debates. And the minute you shut down their point, now it's going to be the ad hominem, the derailment.
You boot licking coon. Yeah.
Right. And this, again, I'm going to go back to this. This is what I mean about many black people sadly lack nuance. You don't have... You don't understand that there's more between, there's more between the lines than the black and white.
I was called to shine because I sat up here and did a video talking about Young Miami. At the beginning of the video, some guy comes in the comments talking about I'm a shine because Young Miami. I said, man, this ain't right. Oh, nigga, you talking about your own people? What?
Yeah.
I'm talking about my own people. She up there talking about you scamming ass niggas. Where y'all at? And boosting bitches, popping tags, putting that shit in your bag. And that's But I'm the coon. See, to me, and this is why I say what I say. In order to be successful in America, this is just gospel truth.
And
If
Lady
a
D
nigga says it's cooning, you probably should do it.
and Lady D Flow,
Something that they say you cooning, then it's probably, oh, nigga, you reading. You a coon. You need to read. Oh,
Right.
nigga, you married the mother of your kids. You a coon. You need to marry the mother of your kids. Oh, nigga, you going to church. You a coon. You need to get some biblical values in your life. Oh, nigga, you think just because you got your education and your degree, nigga, you the white man's. Okay, get your degree, get your education. Go to medical school. Go be a doctor. That's everything these niggas tell you to do. You do the opposite, you'll succeed.
Sub, you're
They're
jealous.
telling you how to fuck up. They're telling you how to be in the projects broke with no money, but you a real nigga. That's
Sub,
it.
you're jealous of I mean, she says some real disrespectful comments, but this is your platform. But apparently, we're jealous of Young Miami. Why the? Hold a second. I gotta say,
what the hell?
why the hell would I be jealous of a woman who slept with a dude who wants other men's man fluid on their chest? Why would I be?
Yeah. This nigga had her having white fingernail polish. This nigga had her up in there running, getting trains ran on her by sex workers. She's a toilet stool. What are you talking about? She's a public urinal. Stop.
I love
Stop.
it.
Jealous of Young Miami. Man, she empty on the inside.
I like you're gonna use public use. She's a public.
Jealous of a doggone female rapper. Good Lord.
Public urinal. I like that one. But I'm the fake
She
intellectual.
is. She a urinal, man. She like think about it. This nigga, come on, what type of man? He has a micro penis, so he gonna go out here and pay all these dudes to put mule in his woman.
Pause.
I'm just saying, pause. Yeah, I don't think about gay sex, but okay, pause.
I know. I just like saying it. I just like
that's the thing. Like it's like, why we got to sit up here and be like, oh, you jealous? Ain't nobody jealous of no damn Young Miami. I think it's bad for our kids. I think it's bad. I think it is. I'm not even tripping about the fact she made the song. I'm tripping about the fact that it's number one in the country. Like it's like running everything. Like, okay, it's a lot of dysfunctional ass. I couldn't stand Lil Nas X. I didn't like the fact Lil Nas X was successful. It's a bunch of people making a bunch of bullshit out there. Okay, it exists. But that's my
hold on a second. This is the thing, and we will damn near prolong, and I know you going. Okay, think about the Michael movie for a second, but think about how we came up. And yes, while we didn't have the technology that kids have today, we were much more active in this. But back then, with 3 networks, right before cable, I don't think people realize how talented you had to actually be. And I'm not saying it wasn't rigged even then, but you had to actually have freaking talent to get on TV, play an instrument. Let me take that back. Not just play an instrument. You had to be good at playing the instrument because
nobody got on in the 80s and on back there unless you could play an instrument. The Mac Band, Cameo, everybody, if you look at them performing live, everybody playing instruments. That means they can read music. They know how to
right. And what happens and what we're talking about is how basically the barrier of entry is so lowered that you know that there's somebody pushing this. There's no way this is organic. There's plenty of people speaking out about this, but their voices get diminished by these BS algorithms, you know. Everybody.
I mean, you saw Trick Daddy. I'm sure you saw Trick Daddy. Like,
okay,
you saw what he said, right?
Okay. Fuck that. Okay, Trick Daddy's a bum anyway. I don't care how many businesses he got here. He has a restaurant. He has an overpriced soul food restaurant here, by the way. So I went there to patronize it, and I'm like, I'm not paying $25, and I can afford it, but I'm not paying $25 for turkey wings. Sorry. He's just, because he was on the radio, Sub, he was saved. Otherwise, he was going broke too. You see what I'm getting at? Many of these, I guess what I'm trying to say is many Black people will complain about white people and how they make Black people do stereotypical things and things like that, but they have no problem doing it themselves, to themselves. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy.
I guarantee you, Young Thug loves it. Let's see what he say. I bet that nigga loves
I've been in the blogs a couple times this last week, and so I wanted to come and talk about these things. Let's talk about the easy one first. It is being wrongly reported that I think we should boycott this song of the summer. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I refuse to sing that song, but either you know what it is or you don't. If you don't, you can go find it. It's very easy. But I don't think we should boycott. What I want is to see people understand the power of words and music and to make choices that are healthy for them. That's what I want. Do I think it matters what I want for people? No. I have finally learned that it doesn't matter and that there's no amount of sacrificing my life force energy that is going to make anybody want anything better for themselves. All I can do is emanate what I emanate, stand for what I stand for, and hope that it reaches who it's meant to reach. And that's it. And that's all I'm going to do. And so my comment makes it very clear that I don't think we should boycott. My comment is tantamount to everybody doesn't want the same thing. And there are a lot of people who are saying it's just a song. Well, if that's what you think, enjoy. But what I know is that music has power. But of course, I have used that power to help some people. And I have traveled around this world twice. And I see the impact of what we export out of the Black American experience to the rest of the world. Longer story for another time, but I've seen it. So I know. And I'm telling you what it is, but you enjoy.
And getting called out for a song. Spin that. What happened? Why they calling her out? I like that song.
Of course we do.
I like that song.
Of course we do.
El Salvador. I might do that. We got to go everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Big clean and big and hey, help me out, man, with family support. I'm gonna block you. You keep begging on fucking dude. We don't do that over here, bro. We don't do no begging. We go get it. We the hustlers over here. This ain't wrong chat. Wrong chat. Gucci shades up on the braids when I escalate. Oh yeah. I just got out of jail and want to do a project. We done put out. They say it promote shoplifting. Oh my God. Let that lady do what everybody else do it. Do what they do.
Wow.
Oh man.
Wow.
Pulling the slab out the day, 7-4. It's a happy 7-4 day.
See, this is the thing. That's what I knew his answer was going to be. Since everybody else does dirt, nobody can be held accountable. Right. I hate the argument. I hate it. Like, because when you try to focus on one particular issue, you can never do it because other dirt exists. So because other dirt exists, you can't say nothing about this dirt.
Exactly.
Which is trash. You just making an excuse for something. And sometimes this is just the bottom line. Some dirt leads to other dirt. Some dirt is transformative, right? Some dirt is crucial. Like if you allow this dirt to be done, this causes this, and this. So you can, all these issues go trace back to this one issue. And so if you stop this, you can affect other areas. It makes it actually easier to be. But if you bring this in the culture where it's cool to demonize and tear down somebody that's trying to stop this stuff, like a C. Dolores Tucker, then C. Dolores Tucker was the last vestige of people that were going to try to stand in the gap and stop this shit.
Yeah.
What it became. Listen. This is, and I told a dude this. We was talking. Mm-hmm. He said people want to turn up in the club. They don't care about words. Right. That's what he said.
Right.
I said I remember in the 90s, we would be in the club and it would be uplifting songs in the club. They would have certain songs that we didn't know they were as uplifting, but as I go back and think about it, I'm like, that song was kind of had a somewhat positive message. It wasn't just some of the Outcast stuff or some of the Goody Mob. It wasn't all just
get up, get out, get some. Yeah,
it wasn't just destructive. Who's that peeping in my window, right? It was talking about government, and so it was trying to at least enlighten you to certain things. You go back and look at Neo Soul. A lot of the Neo Soul, one of my favorite albums, Who is Jill Scott Watching Me?
Well, I hate to point back to a further era, but you look at D Train, for example, Keep On, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking about he's talking about getting your spirit back on higher ground. And the song was hype, it was amped and all of this. I remember
Shoot,
in
that's what
fact,
Curtis Mayfield was.
right.
And that's my mom, them, they loved my dad. They loved Curtis Mayfield. They loved that type of music. You know what I'm saying? And it was, you go back and listen in the words.
I think my problem,
it's crazy.
Let me say this. My problem with people like Slim Thug and things like this, I don't want to beat up on the women, but they do it so much. And I'm doing this for you, Lady D Flow and the Nata Jeans and all of that, who say we hate women and all this other nonsense. Of course, somebody's calling me. Of course, somebody was trying to call me as I was trying to say this, but let me finish up. My issue with Spin That is this. You and I were having a conversation about this on the phone, I believe, a couple days ago. And we specifically said, and I got to give Sub props on this one, because I have my issues with Lauryn Hill, but I got to commend Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill did a song about her son, if you guys recall, Zion. These women in music and hip hop, we've been bombarded with how great mothers are, motherhood is, and all that. There's one rapper, that did a song about their son or daughter or whatever. One. But there's plenty of songs about killing your kids. There's plenty of songs out there by female rappers about excessive spinning. What is it called? Conspicuous consumption. There's also songs about stealing. Explain this to me. As a culture, we claim we have the higher ground, but look at what the masses are supporting. Look at what this dying beard ass old Steven Jackson, what do you call them, young adult, not teenagers, what do you call them, Jim Jones dudes? It was a term that academics used on them. I can't recall it. It was teen citizens. That was it. Teen citizens. Look at what this teen citizen here is rationalizing here. She said, black men, those whites took those black rappers off of welfare rolls. Black men would have had them all on welfare. And like I said, this person's a troll at this point. I'm not going to waste time in doing that. But I want to get, I don't want the concept lost that where are the songs about women's sons and daughters? Where are those? Y'all supposedly love y'all kids, right? But we got songs about degeneracy that are massive. We got songs about women talking about wow.
You know what? That's the thing. The formula, whether you like Lauryn Hill or not, that To Zion song, that song is just about half that album is classic. Just half of it, whether she wrote it or not. Half that album. But that song To Zion, as a father, I can listen to it. As a mother, you can listen to it. And it's just, it's gold, man. It never gets old. It's a song you can hear over and over and you still like it.
I have to address this because Ant Dog is just one of these non-nuanced Negroes. I have to address this. My issues with Lauryn Hill is, number one, while I think it was very good, first of all, I never said I didn't like her solo album, but while I think it's very good, a lot of the material she got credit for that she did not do. But more importantly, and while I love the fact that she stood up in front of it, she never was showing off her titties and ass and things like that. But she was a good representative. I didn't like the way that she lived her life. I didn't like the way that she treated her fans, not for 1 year, not for 5 years, not for 10 years. I've been to her concert. Hell, in fact, I may pull up the video if we got time. But
I got to head out, man. Go ahead.
All right. No, but my point is how she disrespected her fans. So that's why you say who I like. How many times have we discussed music in here about things that we like or what I've liked, dude? Like I said, dude, you're just
We need to do a Prince video, man. We need to, because I know you stayed in Minnesota. I'm sure you got a long laundry list of Paisley Park video commentary and tidbits.
Oh God, do
and
I?
You know, I think Prince is the GOAT. So
yeah.
I mean,
Well, hold on a second. I'm gonna leave on this note. I to this day have never seen an artist like Michael Jackson where kids in the 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s still try to mimic him.
Yeah.
You can't show
me.
me.
We weren't like that with Elvis. We weren't.
Right.
Like, we weren't like, we were told what Elvis was as a kid. I was all right, whatever. But Mike, we ain't got to say nothing. My son, like right now, if I go and look at my, like, sometimes I try to play my Spotify, I click on it and I see Michael Jackson. I'm like, he playing my done Spotify. He's playing my, and I listen. He playing Off the Wall. He playing Thriller. He don't really, he'll play bad. He'll play the bad album, Thriller, Off the Wall. Those three. Those are his three. He might do one or two songs from the newer ones, but those three albums are in heavy rotation.
Right. I mean, just an incredible, I mean, and think about this. And look, Mike's not perfect. There are some things I didn't like that he did, but most of his stuff was on the, yes, I'm older. Hold a second. What do we look like rocking, spin that? We look like this dude who's pictured on the screen. Yeah. One of these, like I said, these adult teenagers.
He like something wrong with him because it's like his beard, like his hair don't look healthy.
Well, that's called Beijing or excessive dye. Ain't no way.
But it's like, bro, it's like his hair is not filling in, like, bro, and it's been like that for years. Yeah, like, bro, something wrong with your beard. Like, bro, you need to either cut it off and just have a shadow, which is what I would do if I ever do anything, would just be a shadow.
Right.
I would never grow it all out. I would never do that.
No, but hold on. I won't even get into him. Then you lost Kelly Rowland. N-word, are you out your damn mind? But that's because I like Kelly Rowland, whatever, you know. And props to him for getting, you know, for you know, them being a couple. Simeon, we were literally while we were celebrating 4th of July, my boy had a karaoke machine and we were literally playing some of the off the wall things, you know. We then also played Chris Brown stuff, you know. But yes, that Off the Wall album, oh my God.
Yeah, Mike is, listen, man. Mike is up there. Now, like I said, I'm a Prince guy.
Right. I am.
And it's just, for me, Prince is just underrated. I think he's underrated. I think Prince to me is still 1986.
My
Prince
bad.
In my mind, it's still 86, and Prince is still right there in lockstep with Mike. That's how I feel about Prince.
No, he is. Hold a second.
That done Purple Rain is, well, I mean, people don't really look at it like that, but it's a masterpiece.
And by the way, it wasn't Kelly Rowland, it was LaToya Luckett. So my bad, will say winning. You're right, but I like LaToya Luckett too. Dude, did you know that Prince, now this is part him control freak. Prince wrote and produced everything for Vanity 6 and The Time.
Yeah, because I seen him performing. He performed Jungle Love. I actually got it where Prince performs Jungle Love. I can't play his music because that'll be all, every time I do a video, that's all I play is Prince. I can't do it. So it's like, because it'll take the video down.
Man,
it's a couple of songs like Good Love by RL. I love that song. Can't play it.
Yeah, Sign of Times is a great album too, and that's when he was coming into. That's when hip hop was prevalent, and he still was able to make a dent in it. Yes, yes.
Prince, you know what I'm saying? Prince. This is the thing with Prince that people don't respect. You gotta understand, Prince was dropping albums, and you might have
yearly.
Then you got, but he'll drop another album a month later, and another album.
No, but
so you don't even get a chance to really go through all the Prince stuff.
Bro, Prince got a greatest hits of B-sides, or you know.
What you know about that, boy?
Like the ballad of Dorothy Parker, I believe it was called.
He did one of my favorites is the one Another Lonely Christmas.
That's a great song.
Man, I love that song. I play that year round if it's supposed to be a Christmas song.
You can go I believe it was on Saturday Sign of the Times. Simeon, you tell me if I'm wrong here. No, I'm sorry. Juke. Juke is a
What's the
beautiful.
one him and Sinead O'Connor he did for Sinead O'Connor?
Nothing compares to you.
Oh my God, that's my song.
Yeah. He did. People don't realize Shaka Khan's "I Feel for You" is a remake of his song. You know, but yeah, listen, I can't wait to be on with you and Chuck. I'm gonna probably be watching the soccer and all. I gotta get a question. Oh, dude, you don't have
What's
super.
his face? He did well, who else? He did Manic Mondays.
But the Bengals.
He did that, and he did Stand Back, Stevie Nicks. That's Prince.
I love that song. I did not
That's
know.
him. That's Prince, bro. Like Prince, just if you take his whole everything, is phenomenal, man. For me, I wish he would get the props but for me, look, I listen to Under the Cherry Moon. Right? Like I'm that guy. I listen to Boys and Girls. I love that. I love Mountains. You know, that one he played, that one. Prince is bad, man. That's where Kiss came from.
In fact, I need to get on my exercise bike right now, and I'm gonna play that. You talk about an uplifting song. It's Mountains.
Oh, I love that song. Love it. Prince bad.
Bad. Yeah, it's funny how we will vacillate to these topics, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this conversation.
And that was a hell of a like when the movie went off, remember? And he was in the sky.
Yeah.
He got killed. That shit was sick, bro. And I love Wendy and Lisa. I loved the time. I'm sorry, or the Revolution. I loved them. When he had like Raspberry Beret, they was sick, bro. I hate they broke up, but man, Prince, they kind of added to the mystique of Prince when he had Wendy, Lisa, and he had the other guy playing the keyboard.
So Dr. Fink, that's Dr.
Man, Prince was bad, bro. Prince was
Dr.
bad.
Fink, Brown Mark, and I forget the drummer's name. But yeah, Dr. Fink was the keyboardist. Brown Mark was the one.
He had the dude that would come out with the weird hair, and he would be playing the guitar alongside him. And man, Prince is bad, bro. I like Little Red Corvette. Do you know how many years? Listen, do you know how many years I listened to Little Red Corvette and never knew he was saying "girl got an ass"? Like I never knew what he was saying.
I knew that at 9 years old.
I didn't. You know, how you a kid, you don't be listening, and then one day you get older and you see, you're like, damn, Prince crazy.
Yeah, just like the one in 1999 is a Man Unit or whatever. It's like he has some crazy ass album covers where he was pushing the limit.
Bro, whatever. he came to Montgomery back in like 1979. Man, I'm in kindergarten. Okay, Prince came to school, and I think my sister, she had graduated high school. She went to the concert. And they told us how he came out on stage, and I'm just like, I couldn't imagine, because I'm a kindergartner, bro.
Here, I got something for you to look
Prince
up.
got out of he came out there in a tub and got out the tub and had on Speedo. Said this nigga's crazy.
You probably didn't know this existed. Just look up Prince live in concert. Now, a lot of these are on YouTube, and but I used to go to this record store. They used to have his bootleg concerts on video. This is like the late 90s, and I would buy, not the late 90s, early 90s, and I would buy them because it's like, man, and I've seen him I saw him in concert in 1993 when the Diamonds and Pearls was 91. It was the second one where he had that My Name is
Bridge.
Yeah, no. Graffiti Bridge was 89. It's sad how I know these.
The most beautiful girl that was around that time. The most beautiful girl in the world.
When I tell you, I've seen three great. I've seen it. Okay, Lenny Kravitz, Run DMC, Prince are up there as far as concerts. I never sat down. I literally never sat down, as far as he is that damn great live. And this was when he was in his 30s. So I can only imagine. And what I was going to say is entertain yourself and looking at those old Prince concert videos from 82, 83.
Oh, Prince bad.
God.
And
it sounds,
it sounds like, you know what I like? Like one of my favorite all times when he did Do Me on on the piano.
Damn.
It's a live album. It's on Spotify. I play it all the time. I can play it. It's on Spotify.
Okay. Yeah.
It's sick though. I was like, man, and Prince that's what people don't get. Like Prince is like up there. Like I love Mike. Obviously, Mike is Mike. We all know that. But I'm just saying, everybody knows who Mike is. Prince, there should be a Prince biopic, and they do it, and it just I think that's another one, because you got to understand the reason Michael Jackson's movie did what it did is because he still has fans. If they did a Prince biopic, think about it. When Prince died, they put the Eiffel Tower in purple. The whole world mourned when Prince died. Prince was, and it's a lot of those people now. A lot of people don't know that man got that many fans, bro. People love him.
So I'm not even going to entertain it. Somebody actually told me he was and I'm like, okay, clear. I'm like, you know what? Oh, here, let me just add on to this. You Will Say went and said Batman soundtrack.
I love the Batman soundtrack. Yeah,
Big Daddy Kane in 1989. That was his top year, right? That's when he had the
Party
Teddy.
Man.
No, right. That's when he had the Teddy Riley hit. That's when
Scandalous.
he was. No, Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, Big Daddy
Kane. Big Daddy Kane.
I get the job done.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Was supposed to be. Well, not supposed to be. Big Daddy Kane. Cold Chillin' was an affiliate of Warner Brothers, right? Guess who Prince's label was?
Warner Brothers.
And I don't know why they didn't release this, but he did a rap on Batman, and they
Big Daddy.
Yes, you can find it on YouTube.
No, because he did what's that album? Prince of Darkness.
Oh, Pop Life. That's how he
got the Lover in You. Yeah.
That's how he got. Because I'm like, wait a minute, how did he get this? Because
nobody got a Prince beat.
Right.
Nobody did that.
Nobody sampled this shit. That's how he got that. But he said, man, if I do this rap, let me use Pop Life. He said, for you, you will. But he said that Warner Brothers never released this. And this is why this Sexy Red and all this, not sexy red shit is important. Sub, you are from the era, just like I am, when they didn't even play rap on urban radio during the day.
They didn't. No,
and the reason why
you hear a rap song once or twice a week,
right? You had to listen to it on the mix, and the reason Warner Brothers didn't release it is that they didn't want Prince connected to rap. They thought it would alienate fans and all this, and this is such bullshit. And I'm saying this to say this once proud genre has now degraded to, like you said, she's a public urinal now, and this stuff is played on the radio, man. So I'll land my plane there.
All right, man. Let me go. I gotta get my family some food, bro. We gonna head out. Hey, God bless, man. Have a good one. I'll be back later tonight with Chuck, maybe about 7, but we'll be back. Y'all have a good one. All right. God bless.